One time quick here now. There we go. Get my charger out. That is a very important piece of equipment. Crack in the box. Oh, crack in the box. Yeah. Zukov. Zukov. Really? Zukov. 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 Come on. What are you doing, you dork? Don't do that. Fucking nut. Yes, Zukov, that is indeed a cat. That is indeed a kitty. Oh, look at you. Look at you. So cute. You're just me, so cute and so sweet. Leave the damn kitty alone. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, boy? Don't be poking at me. Oh. Don't be doing none of that to me, you don't either. Guess what does that even mean? Like this little. Like what's that even supposed to mean, bro? Strings off. Okay, these are off. Alright. What are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing? Yeah, you. What are you doing over there? You little nutball. What you doing? Why being so damn cute? You give you permission to be that way. It's pretty sure nobody did. Nobody did, Zukov, and yet look at you. Why? Why though? I was thinking about going on an epic bike ride, but sitting in my ass is too tempting. I was thinking about going on a bike ride, but sitting on my ass is just too tempting. What, tomorrow? Or just going on, today? Honestly, like, when I came into work today, it wasn't as bad as I thought. Like, the other closer that, you know, I thought wasn't going to be there was actually there. But the one I called in wasn't there, so... No in, like, 30 minutes. Oh, just do an epic-ass night bike ride? Oh, hey. Get the blood flowing and the blood pumping with all that cold air and shit. But sitting on the ass is pretty tempting, not gonna lie. I've done that bike ride in a while. Well, I guess it is incentivization as well. Little hook off, being a little weirdo. Oh, a cute little weirdo. Hey. 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 Can you not with the paw? Hey. No. Oh my god, here we go. Gotta deal with this absurdity. The paw again? What? This is seriously what you're sniffing over here for. I can see it in your fucking eyes. Look at those eyes. Look at those eyes. You're staring at me with glee. Up. I knew that's what he wanted. Jesus Christ. Again, recommended a Fox 12 ordering thing. The study, frustration reaching all-time high amongst Portland voters. I just like how it's just mere frustration. Business alliance, fed up with lack of action. Of course, it's businesses. Oh my god, it's so fucking gross. All these fucking, like, Cap Nimbies and fucking Libs are just all like, nothing ever gets done, but it's like, you're the fucks that put all these dumbasses here in the first place. It's like, all the reason why it's like this. It's like, oh my god. Oh, Dios mío. I'm so glad I don't directly live in Portland as much as I love Portland. Like, goddamn. Because just, yeah, I'd be frustrated too, but more so with the people, you know, more so than the actual fucking legislators. Because people are the one who got these fucks in. Like, they're all like, you know, all Chad Wheeler and all this and that, blah, 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 Hardesty, but it's like, you're the people that voted aside from Hardesty. You're like, you're the fucks that voted in these people in the first place. Again, aside from Hardesty, you know, but it's just like, boo. It's like, you can't all be like, yo, you gotta vote these people in, and then bitch about them, like, you know, like a year later, thinking that, you know, people are gonna fucking forget. And then just blaming it on the person that everyone actually, you blame it on the person that actually wants to get shit done. How people still like Ted Wheeler? I don't even know if people do or not. I don't even know. I really don't. They just want something to complain about, I guess. Even though there is definitely meritable reasons to complain and shit, but it's just like, what the fuck? Oh. I mean, it's like, even if they are going to complain about the fucking thing, why don't you, I don't know, and like, pressure fucking policy action instead of just, like, going, wah. I just wish they would just do something about that. Wah. I'm just gonna complain about them needing some personal responsibility. It's so dumb. Sweet boy. Oh no, here we go again. Yep, there it is. Yeah, I feel your little paw. Hi. I'm just gonna hold on to it now. Turbo response to pressure by high now and make minimums. Yep. Yeah, what you gonna do, Zukov? You put your paw there, and now it's just forever held in my arm. Forever held into my grasp. He's like, yo, what the fuck? Silly little thing. Let's see what fun things be happening down Tubas and shit. I keep getting recommended the whole Ben Shapiro get murked by children. I love it. What's this? Oh, it's a little David Hoffman clip. I always like watching this type of stuff. 1960s auto worker hated his job and felt like a robot. Doesn't see automation coming. This was uploaded 2 weeks ago. The first comment, good to know existential dread created by work isn't a new phenomenon. Goddamn right. Yeah, let's check this out. This sounds fun. Sounds like a fun little venture. In this film, you'll see his lack of connection to his work, and you'll also see company managers try to figure out how to improve things for employees like Herbert. I wonder what that could probably entail. So this is before, like, a lot of this process was automated and shit, because, like, I think a lot of the specific process of what they're doing has been automated to this point.
Just like somebody putting the switch on myself. It's monotonous. Very monotonous.
Monotonous.
It's a steady pace. There's no break unless the line stops or I'm relieved from my break or lunchtime. As far as the job goes, I don't think about that because after doing it so long, there's no thought to it, just to do it. Most of the men working this plant, like myself, are forced into the job in the first place, mainly because once a man gets in there, if he's got a family, he's stuck there. He hasn't got the education to get a better job.
True. A lot of that's still very fucking true to this day. I mean, because, back then, it was even more exceptionally so than today, like, where the society was basically like, hey, you go, get an education, get a job from that, and, raise a family type of mentality. And certain jobs, like this one, don't necessarily require the whole thing, like, education, so to speak. Outside of, more specializations type of stuff, like trade-based shit. But, I mean, like, it's not like, something that, like, some sort of, degree in, like, physics needs, so, or, like, a degree in, like, engineering necessarily. Like, you don't necessarily have to have that to do this, Like anyone could technically get taught and be, figure out how to do the shit that they're doing. I mean, I could do it.
Because we don't have time to actually meet each other. We can't get a chance to talk. I don't know their names, and I don't know if they know mine. I think of other things deliberately to keep.
That's also kind of a little bit of an interesting thing. Like, on the line, it's like we don't even have time to, like, converse amongst the fellow workers and shit, so I don't even necessarily know their names, and I don't even know if they know mine. It's just like, I mean, that basically shows that, especially when it came to automotive lines, that there was a very strong effort from company managers to essentially, keep the workers from, talking amongst each other as much as possible, so that they don't start talking about shit about, yeah, the work here is kind of bullshit. What if we all, like, collectively bargain to make it better? It's like, yeah, I mean, they don't necessarily want that. So that type of mentality and that type of culture is enforced.
I think of my wife and baby at home, what she might be doing, if the baby is alright, if he's asleep or if he's awake.
Herbert Slater is caught midway between the twilight of one industrial age and the dawn of another. Automation will eliminate more and more dull, repetitive jobs. The wave of the future is for machines to do this kind of work.
These documentaries are, like, really try to, like, make the personalness, like, shine.
What can he do?
Here's the family. Here's what they do. Here's their life. Here's their baby. Look at all the pictures of their baby.
Work, the individual's main basis for self-justification.
The way we live, the furniture and appliances we have is a lot more than a lot of people in this country, let alone the world. I'm thankful for that. The job I have is paying for this. I'm thankful for. But I still feel that there's something missing in our life. Comparing my work with my wife's family's work, I feel that they are...
That dude looks like Jimmy Hoffa.
They are more or less their own boss.
Even had, like, a fast cigar. It looks like, hey, I'm a big boss man, eh? Got the union bosses, all hanging out at the dinner table, eh?
To work in any plant. He can be a plumber, if he like, or a carpenter. I get stuck in a factory and work the way we have to work.
That's why unions are important.
Sometimes,
I mean, it's why, especially when it comes to, like, even some of, like, original, like Marx theories and shit, a lot of the ideas of, like, the rise of the proletariat, like, rise of, like, a workers' revolution comes from an industrialized society. So, like, a lot of these types of industries, like factory-based type of jobs and shit, are kind of like the core root of where a lot of this, kind of takes shape and shit. I mean, it's, because especially when it's so drudgerous and so, like, taxing and, like, consuming to you for your own time and labor, for what you gotta do and for what little you get back. Because even if you do get something back out of it and have at least, decent enough of a life like that guy is, like this guy's got going on a little bit, I mean, you still don't really feel like, there's, like, a sense of fulfillment from it, or, like, a sense of, like, yeah, I got my shit taken care of, type of thing. I mean, do so itself, it's like there's something missing still.
I really didn't want to come into work because it was so much of a bore, sitting in a chair for, well, the best part of 8 hours.
Ew.
Watching rolls come up the chute. I'd be staring and looking, and I'd see nothing. I said to myself, I'm not going to sit here for the rest of my life watching rolls come off the machine. I'm going to try to better myself the best I can.
Jesus Christ. Look at all that shit. And luckily, you know, in these days, you know, these type of jobs at this point have been totally automated now.
The director, you're telling him what to do. And when he comes out with something, a perfect product, it's almost a thing of beauty. He took all of this machinery to make it. And I made it, and it's perfect.
Ralph Butcher's job represents a break in the pattern of over-specialization usually found throughout industry. He is freed from the day-long attachment to the machine itself. He has knowledge of the complete manufacturing process, and this gives him a greater sense of identification with his work. Ralph Butcher shares responsibility for the raw materials fed into the machine and the quality of the product which comes out.
The units you've produced, I wouldn't...
I guess a bunch of
Ralph
photos?
Butcher never finished high school. Like other unskilled workers, he has lived in the shadow of advancing technology.
We started out all machine operators, quality control, what have you, various backgrounds in this company. We were involved in a
Leave me alone. Hey.
a reindoctrination, probably a reevaluation of life. And all of a sudden I found myself back as a schoolboy.
Hey.
This meant books, all of the things that I had been so out of synchronization with. Normally, I would leave my work at work and go home looking forward to a night with the wife and the children, television, and so forth. All of a sudden, I found myself with books, a great many demands. My family, they couldn't quite figure me out at first. I think probably the most amazing thing that I find is the fact that when I wake up in the morning, I don't detest going to my job.
Enable us to do a better job. Supervisors at the plant are not always comfortable in their double role as boss and counselor.
One problem we talked about is, you know, can you help people? Can you direct them? Can you guide them? Can you counsel them? Can you befriend them? Can you be concerned about their welfare and at the same time, you know, get the product out and make money for the company? And what happens when you try to guide and counsel and educate 3,000 people?
Well, I think we got to be careful because one of the basic problems and basic objectives of
how do we like counsel and, you know, try to get people to like understand, like, you know, the type of skills are needed for this work?
Career counseling program is to be sure that the job doesn't outrun the man. And I think we see it in industry today as we get closer to complete automation or even more automation. You see the job that a man did yesterday, he's having difficulty moving over and doing a more difficult job today. And when the day comes for him to move, he's got to be ready. And I think the problem is that so many people get started so darn late. You know, they wake up to the fact that, you know, their job as they know it today is going to be eliminated, and all of a sudden they hit a panic and they want to, I got to learn how to do the new job. But unless he's progressively come along and built himself a pretty good base, he's in real trouble, and I think we see it. I have seen some.
I mean, he's definitely not wrong. If you don't have, like, you know, something that, you know, provides a, you know, building block or a basis, you know, where, you know, these workers don't have opportunities to where, you know, especially if the inevitability, well, usually, it's the inevitability where the jobs get automated, then you're not going to be able to, yeah, like, these type of people are basically literally just going to be left to the fucking dust. So, and have fucking nothing, you know, in return. So, you know, at least what this random manager guy is saying is basically like, hey, you know, I think a part of our obligation is that especially if we automate our, you know, these type of jobs in the long run, is that we at least provide a basis, you know, standard of living for them to where, you know, they can at least, you know, be able to, you know, survive and be able to be comfortable for a while, you know, while being able to move or being able to reintegrate into something different, into a different industry or a different career.
When you give them
too much responsibility sometimes. They just don't have the ability to handle the responsibility or the pressure of the boss. They've got into a job. They've gone up the ladder. What they thought was a much better job because it looked better. They went from blue shirts to white shirts. Salary structure changed, and all of a sudden they said, "Why didn't I stay where I was?"
And I don't really see what...
Because they want a better pay, you dipshit.
What's wrong with bringing a guy back down if he, especially on request, if he realizes that he cannot keep up with the level of the job, and he requests to go back, why not?
Dr. Edwin Land, scientist and president of the Polaroid Corporation.
Polaroids.
We must remember that the problem that concerns us in industry now, the over-specialized use of the individual, is a relatively new one in the history of mankind, perhaps only 60 or 70 years old. That prior to that, people gathered together to work together as craftsmen. As we now approach the new age of automation, which is the ultimate in this 100-year process of mechanization, we see ourselves as ready to be set free again, not to terminate industry, but to bring industry back to that kind of warmth, to the kind of environment that
you're losing it.
made life good for the craftsman. Seems to me we have a choice between two futures.
He really did not, like, he was just like, you know, the craftsmen, the workers, you know, we wanted to bring back this warmth and this good feeling for them. Just like, fuck them, I hate them. Anyway, yeah, it's just like this, he was really trying hard to really get that out. Oh my god.
Future, which is a magnificent and exciting one.
I love it.
Within the industrial framework, everybody will be learning and be retrained and will be bringing his new abilities to the new products and new needs. The other future, which...
I mean, honestly, I don't even necessarily disagree with what he's saying, though, because, like, yeah, like, I mean, you know, automation should bring in, like, you know, liberation of industry where, you know, like, the, you know, where the workers, you know, do have a sense of, I mean, not, like, this welcoming warmth or whatever the fuck he was describing, but in a sense of, like, liberation from, like, the drudgery of, you know, of their jobs. So even if, like, they still have to work, they don't have to do all the drudgery, you know, hard, laborious work that, you know, can just easily be automated away. And then they can only necessarily just be there just to kind of maintain machines, to just make sure they run properly and replace them if need be and shit. So, you know, and, like, clean up the factory floors and stuff. You know, just, like, you know, some of the more basic stuff that, you know, ain't gonna fucking be absolutely, utterly drudgerous that can easily be, you know, done within, like, an hour's time, you know, so... Yeah, it's like a lot of these, you know, jobs can easily be, you know, once automated away, can actually be a really legitimate sense of, like, you know, liberation if done properly, you know, where the workers are considered when it comes to automation.
Which I think we all would fear, and which need not happen. The future which we must avoid is one in which we go on with our program of making more and more things automatically, of training scientists and engineers who live in a separate world from the mass of the people, while the mass of the people are freed from work but become less and less interested in the life that they have to live.
I mean, sure.
Take me a press, gonna take me some steel, gonna take my two hands and build an automobile.
How many dreams can you shape in a minute, an hour? Ask the people of Dodge.
Put in a rivet and a welded and a look-alike.
I love these little show tunes. Good old show tunes.
What makes an engine?
A show tune about building an automobile.
Stock and steel and copper tubing, or infinite care and experience with men and women working together
Oh my God,
to bring
Bandit.
metals alive.
Turn her out, Henry! Turn her out, Joe! We'll put it together and then watch her go!
Heads up, she's coming down. 2 months ago, 3 tons of unmined ore. Today, the designer's idea come to life.
Put a brand new body on a brand new frame. Tighten her up and give it a name. Call it a Dodge.
Call it a Dodge. Oh my god. It's just a Dodge show tunes.
Proud in service. Swift and mighty in action.
Swift and mighty, we are proud of our automobiles. We are happy and lucky go ever, to be making our Dodge Beals. We are proud and happy workers. No one here is sad or in drudgery. No one here feels like a robot. I love it. It's like you had like a whole like little 10-minute thing, and then it's like here's like a little opposite end of the spectrum where it's like 2 minutes, where it's like a little advertisement basically. I love it. But yeah, I mean honestly overall it's a pretty interesting thing. I mean never really touched on it, but like I mean it kind of shows like a lot of the importance when it comes to labor and unionization when it comes to these type of jobs, especially on top of automation and that, becoming, more and more the inevitability. Pretty cool little doc. I like little Dave Hoffman's little videos and shit. Has he done any others? Oh, what other stuff he's done? All sorts of different things. Looks like recently. Cool. Dope. Luke off. What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Oh, that felt fucking good. That felt nice. Oh. Man, you're being fucking needed today right now, aren't you? You're just being needed tonight right now, aren't you? You're needy. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why are you so needy? What is it? Yeah, what is, yeah, exactly. What is it, bro? What is it? What, yeah, exactly. This is what you get. This is what you get. You get to be annoyed by me. You know me, I know you. Yep. Just suck it up, Buttercup. Yep, that's right. Little freak. Man. Man, what an absurd little thing. Seriously. The fuck? What's this? Sorry? Other ranch trip besides like Ben Shapiro getting marked by children? No? What's this? People serving life for weed bag for mercy to legalize weed. Oh my god, of course. And he's not gonna do it. So I already know he's not gonna do it. It's like, man, if like anyone's in prison for weed for any amount of time, whether it's like 1 minute to life, it's like, yeah, no, that shouldn't be a fucking thing. That's just fucking ridiculous. It's a damn plant. It should just be totally legal. Fuck you. Simple as. Man. Fucking little dork. What? Oh my god. But there must be something that you want now, buddy. There must be something. Come on, bruh. Why you be the way you is? Hmm? Oh my god. Look at you. Oh. You look so cute. But this is ridiculous. Will this distract you for a decent period of time? Come on, you can stand up. Man, you silly dog. Gotta teach him a little more to walk upright. He's getting there though. Getting a little too close with this. Getting a little disturbing. Getting just a little disturbing. Oh, you can just kind of casually, just like, boop, boop, just kind of step. But right now, he just kind of does it via hops. He just kind of hops it. Little hippity hoppity, little Zukov. What a dork. Hey. I swear, every time it looks at me, he's gonna like run over here and just like beg for attention. I just really don't want that. He does that so often. And it gets annoying. It's like, bruh, why you do that? Why do you do that? What are you doing? It's going nuts. It's going nuts to whatever the hell he's doing with that. But honestly, I'm okay with it. Just going nuts on that little rawhide. Sweet little thing. Embarrassingly weak Dems continue to count out of Joe Manchin. Oh, how cute. This is, what's this all about? Which ones do it happen to be?
So Democrats are currently in a really weird
all
position,
of them?
largely due to their own making, because just 2 members of their party have killed their entire legislative agenda, both Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. They killed voting rights because they don't support voting rights. Any media outlet who claims that they support voting rights but they just don't agree with the filibuster carve-out, they're giving Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema plausible deniability. They're giving them cover. Don't believe them. They didn't support the carve-out for the filibuster, even though they've supported filibuster carve-outs in the past, because they don't support voting rights. So don't believe them. But either way, they killed voting rights, and they also killed Build Back Better, predictably so. So now, what are Democrats supposed to do? The midterms are this year, and there's pressure to deliver anything, so what do you even do going forward? Build Back Better. Is that coming back? Well, not according to Joe Manchin, because CNN reporter Manu Raju asked him about Build Back Better, and this was his smug response. What Build Back Better bill? I don't know what you guys are talking about. I asked him if he's had any talks on the matter since December. No, 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 no. It's dead. So he's laughing in your face. Yes.
I mean, honestly, at this point, like it doesn't, like, I kind of figured it didn't really matter, but it's just like, yeah, of course, leave it to the fucking, Republican and Democrats club and to just be like, oh, yeah, like, y'all wanted this whole, Build Back Better bill type of thing? Nah. Let me just, like, be the one to axe it because, the profits matter more to me. It's a way to just kind of continue to divide amongst, the duopoly system. Keep people distracted while I make more money.
They desperately want to deliver
along with the rest of our party.
They can brag to their constituents. I mean, what they were previously bragging about, the child tax credit, has expired. So what are you going to say you did? The bipartisan infrastructure deal, which was basically a corporate giveaway. People aren't going to feel the effects of that right away. I don't know what they think they're going to say to get elected. It's just going to be a bloodbath. So, there's this idea, maybe we should, I don't know, do something, but yet they're still very afraid to do anything because another failure handed to them by Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema would look really terrible, but exerting pressure on Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema is just an impossibility because they would never do something like that. So, when it comes to Build Back Better, what do we do? Because Democrats said that they were putting Build Back Better on pause so they can pursue voting rights. They failed. Voting rights did not get passed, unfortunately, and they're kind of just done with that. So are you going to circle back around to Build Back Better as you promised?
No.
Well, no, because the problem is that would require you to exert at least a minimal amount of pressure on Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema to at least negotiate, and that's out of the question. And
I mean, also, like, the idea that they were going to just, like, put it on pause. Like, you don't have to put one thing on pause in order to get everything passed. Like, you can just get it all done at once. Like, I like this notion of, like, well, we can't, do this right now because we need to focus on this other legislation. Like, you could focus on both, you dipshits. Like, I mean, this, like, what? I mean, it's just so fucking stupid. I mean, you could just easily, like, be like, hey, to, like, this other piece of legislation, coming up, on top of this important piece of legislation, we're going to put both of them to the vote, by X date, to, like, so it's just so stupid. Like, you don't need to pause, the fight, for one thing, just to do another. That's just always been bullshit.
Hyperbolic here, I'm not misstating what Democrats think. They're vocalizing this in an article written by Politico. So as Burgess Everett and Marianne Levine write, so after a trying and very public 48-2 split on the Senate floor earlier this month, many of Sinema and Manchin's colleagues say it's time to put the past few weeks behind them. Senator John Tester said simply that the party needs to move on. He's saying this after voting rights died, by the way. Quote, everybody needs to focus on the election right before us right now, said Senator Gary Peters of Michigan, who chairs the party's campaign arm. I just continually tell our friends we need to stay focused on the next few months. There's so much at stake going forward with the Biden administration, and things we
just like there wasn't with, like, these other pieces of legislation. Like, oh my god. These stupid fucking worthless little pandering bitches can just, like, go fucking shove it and eat a dick. Like, as far as I'm concerned and can give a fuck. Like, this is why they're worthless and weak and fucking, not, merited for anything. Like, they're just fucking weaselly little corporate sellouts and will just say anything to just try to appease people, even though their words are just empty and, if anything, at this point, just frankly fucking insulting. Just move on, yo. Get over it.
Essentially, is that let's not do
the election coming up is actually more important, yo.
And what is it? It's February.
Full blue, no matter who, guys.
Yesterday, but it's February 1st now. Let's just call it here, and let's just focus on the election that's in November. Let's do nothing between now and then, but let's not ruffle any feathers. They've essentially given up. It's comical. They are so fucking weak. And let's be very clear, John Tester. The reason why he's saying we need to put this behind us is because he agrees with Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. I don't believe that if...
Which is why, when it comes to this type of shit, it's not just them as the boogeyman that are fucking stopping all this shit. It's just like, the reason why other people aren't necessarily voting like they are is because they know they will just take the blunt and the fucking, heat of everything. and they don't need any more votes to go against it because they're all that's needed to stonewall it, so they don't need to do anything. But nonetheless, they agree with him either way. You know, so it's just like, it doesn't, yeah, that's why I find it funny where it's like, oh, they're boogeyman, you know, they're the enemies of the DNC and Democrats right now, blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, they're not. It's like they're just taking the heat and being the sacrificial lambs because other fucks happen to agree with them too. Like, what, it's like you think they're just unique, like, in their ideas when it comes to the Democrats? Like, no. Like, when it comes to the more right-leaning element of the Democrats and DNC, Joe Manchin and Sinema are pretty much, like, like, the shining lights of what they are, just on a general level.
Did support the carve-out to the filibuster to get voting rights passed. John Tester would do that. He just doesn't want to take the heat. So he would then step up to be another no vote on the carve-out to the filibuster, because I don't think he supports voting rights. I mean, this is speculation on my part, to be sure, but he loves being a corporate Democrat who's kind of shielded from the backlash from the base. Because
it's not speculation, that's just honestly the fucking truth.
Manchin and Sinema are right there to provide him with ample cover.
Yep.
So this is where we're at with respect to meat shields. They're just going to give up on legislating and focus on the midterms. Okay, well, apparently that's supposed to help them with the bloodbath. But thankfully, there are people in the House of Representatives who aren't giving up on legislation, and they still want to do something ahead of the midterms. The problem is that they already gave up all of their leverage, and now trying to get Manchin to do anything isn't really going to be a viable strategy, so they're left with kissing his ass in an attempt to get him to maybe do anything. So, take a look at this interview that Ro Khanna gave in MSNBC.
Kissing his ass should probably be more like kicking his ass.
It's demoralizing, to say the least.
What is your view of where the focus should be of Democrats in this midterm year? You've sort of had interesting takes on Senator Manchin, for example, where you said, I understand what he's dealing with. He's running in West Virginia, a state that voted for Donald Trump overwhelmingly. Some of your progressive colleagues have suggested he be primaried. What do you think that your party should be looking at on the hopes of holding on to a House? You've had retirements. It doesn't look good at this moment from the outside.
Well, I'm still cautiously hopeful, but we ought to respect Senator Manchin. We ought to understand where he's coming from. We ought to give him the...
Oh my god, anyone that ever says Ro Khanna is progressive is just fucking either naive or lying. Like, this dude's just a fucking corporate Democrat. Like, give me a fucking break. Ro Khanna is just an utter fucking corporatist and a fucking neo-lib. Like, oh, we need to respect, you know, Joe Manchin and see where he's, and, you know, respect where he comes from and understand more about his values and his perspective and blah, 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 blah. It's like, guzzle up on some of that more, you know, corporate cock there, Ro Khanna. You progressive, you. So give me a fucking break.
He wants, and he's going to propose climate investments. He's going to say, let's have preschool.
Which is, you know, going to be in favor of fossil fuel industries like the coal, you know, industry and shit. You fucking absolute buffoon and parasite. Like, give me a break. What a fucking worthless little puppet. Literally a corporate little fucking shill, dude.
Is going to be for Medicaid expansion. Let's pass that. That will be historic. It'll show we can get something done. I think we ought to get it to the president's desk. So I have a lot of respect for him, and I think we can come to a compromise.
What a great idea, Ro. Let's trust the modern-day coal baron to unilaterally come up with climate change legislation because he's so unreasonable he won't accept any input from anyone else because he doesn't want to hurt the industry that makes him hundreds of thousands of dollars every single year. Let's trust the process. Let's trust him.
That's why he's a fucking puppet and just, you know, like a psyop, you know, to say that he's progressive, but yet will just, you know, be this weird little fucking sellout little puppet for the corporate establishment. You know, just saying, oh, we need to respect and trust, you know, these moderate Republicans, basically, you know, Democrats' clothing, and say, hey, you know, we need to, you know, trust and see where they come from and compromise, you know, to be able to, you know, make historic pushes into basically doing nothing. While saying we did something, and looking like we did something. It's like, oh my god. Democrats are just fucking worthless at this point.
This conversation by saying that I think that Ro Khanna has the best of intentions. He genuinely cares about progressive policies.
No, he doesn't. Ro Khanna does not care at all.
A couple of times in the past. But this is
Mike, you're a little naive on that one, but
embarrassing. This is peak cuck energy, and this is what happens.
I mean, that's true.
When you give away your
It
leverage.
is peak cuck energy.
If you want to get anything accomplished, you're forced to basically grovel at the feet of Joe Manchin and beg and plead with him by kissing his ass to let anything pass. Just look, I don't even care what, just write the legislation and we'll vote on something. I mean, if only somebody had warned you to not vote on the bipartisan infrastructure deal because you'd be giving away your leverage, and in the likely event that Joe Manchin wants the gut Build Back Better, then you'd have no say. You'd be in this very predicament. Now, if only somebody had warned you about that.
Yeah. Oh, Who was that I just heard? Because it couldn't have been everyone's favorite Buffalo, Cenk Yogurt. Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't even watch JYT anymore. I really couldn't give a fuck about him, but, you know, every now and then, you know, I'll, you know, see something that pops out, you know, on, like, my radar, and, you know, and Cenk actually literally kind of just saying, nah, you're fucking naive and an ignorant idiot, basically, on all intents and purposes, you know, to Ro Khanna, to his face, was pretty amazing, and pretty base, and pretty amazing for Cenk, you know, so it's just like, if only somebody, especially for someone that supposedly Ro Khanna respects, you know, is telling you this, maybe you should probably take him at their fucking word. But Ro Khanna doesn't, because he doesn't give a fuck. He's just an establishment puppet where, you know, he can smugly smile and condescend, you know, progressive ideas to you, but is, you know, inevitably against them at the end of the day. By, you know, saying, oh, we can get it done by having bipartisan, you know, consensus, you know, and fucking trusting and respecting our, you know, more establishment compatriots, blah, 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 blah. It's like, fuck off. Like, that's gonna get anything fucking done.
The Build Back Better bill and go, well, I didn't tell you I wasn't going to eviscerate it, and you knew I was going to eviscerate it, so I did. I took out every popular provision there is, because my donors didn't want it.
I don't believe he will do that, because he would then have made a commitment to the president that was false. Now, you're saying theoretically, is it possible that he could eviscerate it? Yes, I believe it would stay around the 1.75 number. Where I'm most concerned is there going to be a dilution on the methane fee? Is there going to be a dilution on some of the climate provision? And you know, how much is the revenue going to tax the wealthy? Yes, we have to be vigilant. We have to continue to push, but I think we have to push through the White House. And the president has a huge interest in getting Build Back Better because it's popular, because he knows that he needs this for the midterms and for 2024. And if
well, it ain't happening.
It's diluted, it's going to depress the base in 2022 and 2024.
He doesn't care about that. He's not even he's barely a Democrat. So, Representative Khanna, look, this is an important news point in the question here, because you're saying that Biden has some sort of implicit promise from Manchin and presumably Sinema that they're going to vote for this version of the bill with 1.75. The framework, whatever that means. And Manchin is saying no.
So yeah, it's just some of the condescending shit that Ro Khanna wants to do. It's just like, it's the framework of what we're trying to build. Excuse me. It's like, shut up. Like, no one, like, it's like what he has to say means fucking shit at this point. Like, as far as I'm concerned, like, Ro Khanna's words and fucking, you know, actions mean shit. Like, when he basically is just such a complicit little puppet, little cuck beta boy for fucking, you know, the establishment and DNC, it's like, he's worth nothing. Like, I mean, the fact that, you know, he tried, you know, basically was, like, one of the first, you know, the whole Justice Democrat thing kind of shows that, you know, honestly, some of the, you know, early people to see this were just, you know, like, how do we psyop and co-opt this shit? And Ro Khanna just saw it and took the opportunity. It's like, how do I co-opt this progressive action so it doesn't actually get off the water? And these more radical progressive types, like, you know, Cenk and Kyle and stuff, you know, how do we get them out a little bit? Oh, I know, let's you know, find some dirty baggage from Cenk from years ago. From, like, the early 2000s and shit. It's like, wow, okay. It's just, I mean, it's just ridiculous, stupid shit, and I really think it just kind of shows, you know, like, Ro Khanna's colors more so than fucking anything. Which he's just more loyal to fucking the liberal capitalistic elements of what quote progressivism is about, not actual fucking leftist progressivism, where it's actually, you know, fucking, you know, uplifting people. It's, you know, getting people, you know, out and from the, like, you know, drudges of poverty. Like, not for, like, legitimate progress and progressivism, but just for, like, the hoity-toity pander and fucking liberal capitalistic progressivism. That doesn't mean shit. Aside from, like, you know, how do we, you know, get more money and more profits by, you know, maximizing our fucking consumers by, you know, virtue signaling to as many people as possible. I mean, it's just stupid shit.
So, what's actually happening here? Does Biden have Manchin and Sinema's promise, or doesn't he?
I think publicly...
O'Connor's just like one of these quote-unquote, like, woke capitalist types, or, like, progressive capitalist types. I mean, he's not, like, an actual fucking progressive, you know, in this mindset, and in this type of idea. He's just, you know, for it, you know, to just maximize the capitalistic status quo, and that's it. And that's why he doesn't give a fuck about actual, like, progressivism when it comes to, like, expanding healthcare or any of the shit. Which is why I don't think he actually has good merit on any of it. Hence, he's just a puppet for the corporate establishment. Because he knows he can get a lot of, at least the social progressivism stuff, you know, advocated for. Because that's, especially when it comes to the more, you know, like, quote, democratic, like, west-leaning, you know, places like the West Coast and shit like that. Yeah, it's, you know, an easy thing to advocate for. You don't have to do much work. And the boat doesn't get rocked. So... it's very easy for him to just, you know, push this shit, but not actually do anything.
A private commitment from 50 senators that he can pass.
Just a stuffed suit.
Didn't come to us for many, many months, and he only came to the progressives once he had their commitment. I personally believe that he will pass the Build Back Better agenda, and Manchin ultimately will be a yes vote.
Yeah. Fast forward to today, and let's look at that tweet again from Joe Manchin. What Build Back Better bill? I don't know what you guys are talking about. No, it's dead. And Ro Khanna still hasn't learned his lesson. He still wants to give Joe Manchin deference and thinks that Joe Manchin ought to be respected. Well, guess what, Ro Khanna? He doesn't respect you. Respect should be a two-way street, but it's not mutual. He's laughing at you. He's spitting in your face right now, and yet you are saying...
well, yeah, people like me are also, too.
You should respect him.
Like, now he's, you know, it just ends up being more of an embarrassment now, just, like, loses respect, you know, from both sides at this point. It's because of their stupid shit. But that's his own dumb fault.
So, I don't want to be too hard on everyone who's an elected Democrat, because there are a select few who are actually doing what they should be doing, and that is pressuring Joe Manchin and anyone else who is going to just let him slide. So AOC, who saw through Joe Manchin and voted against the bipartisan infrastructure deal because she didn't want to give away her leverage, said this in response to Joe Manchin, basically laughing in the faces of any Democrat who was pushing for Build Back Better. She says, seniors, kids, and people with disabilities in my community have been sleeping with bubble jackets on in 18-degree nights despite paying rent because the NYCHA funding to fix their heating and capital needs is in Build Back Better. Where should I direct them to wait out the cold? Manchin's yacht? Exactly. Bernie Sanders also chimed in. Quote, Bernie Sanders suggests Manchin is siding with corporate America after he said Build Back Better is dead. Quote, when you have a proposal that has the overwhelming support of the American people and it's addressing the long-neglected crises facing working people, we cannot allow that to die. Exactly. Now,
yeah, no shit.
I want to go back to the Politico article that we referenced earlier because there's a really interesting tidbit.
I mean, honestly, just, you know, critiquing it and just, you know, calling the shit out doesn't really mean anything to me more at this point. It's like, oh, yeah, woohoo. They said something that is like, yeah, fuck you, Manchin. It's like, yeah, so what at this point? Like, unless they actually are going to use some, you know, whatever fucking leverage they can to fucking actually, like, pressure even the more, like, quote-unquote progressive side of their fucking, you know, element of the Democratic Party and shit, then their voices don't really mean shit. Like, okay.
They juxtapose what Bernie Sanders says with what Elizabeth Warren says, and the implication is that Bernie Sanders is incredibly unreasonable because while other Senate Democrats are trying to do what's best for the party, well, Bernie Sanders, I mean, he's so unreasonable because he's still, till this day, open to the idea of supporting primary challenges to Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. So notice what they do here. They'll show you Elizabeth Warren's tweet and then Bernie Sanders' tweet, and they'll end this particular section with a quote from a Senate Democrat, Brian Schatz, who says what Bernie Sanders is doing is unreasonable. This isn't what he says. He doesn't address Bernie Sanders directly, but the idea of challenging Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema to Brian Schatz and other corporate Democrats is just absurd to them. Quote, "We need to get work done. Right now, we've got Build Back Better still hanging in the balance. I want to work with all 50 Democrats and get something passed now," said Senator Elizabeth Warren. Yet, Sanders said on Monday he's not backing down, despite the crucial role Sinema and Manchin will play in near future on Democrats' agenda. He downplayed the possibility that backing primary challenges to the duo would alienate them at crucial moments on the Senate floor. They're big boys and big girls. "It's not my job to tell Arizona or West Virginia what to do, but if the people in those states want new leadership, I'd be prepared to support them," Sanders added. Asked about Sanders' primary threats, Senator Brian Schatz replied, "It's a free country. I wouldn't recommend it." Yeah, and that's because Brian Schatz is a coward, and he should be primaried as well.
I mean, oh my god, I love that fucking manipulative fucking, like, hit piece and shit, where it's like, oh, you know, Elizabeth Warren's saying we need to, like, you know, act and do some shit, and Bernie's like, hey, we need to act and do some shit, but look how Bernie's being crazy. It's just like, yeah, you know, we probably shouldn't act on it, says this other guy. It's like, oh my fucking god, what ridiculous, stupid shit. That's why Democrats are just fucking worthless, besides just being there to just be like a little circus parade, you know, while they make more and more fucking money off of it and laugh behind the scenes, sipping goddamn champagne. And playing their puppets like a fucking fiddle while they think, you know, they're doing something good and shit. It's just fucking ridiculous. Like, yeah, let me support that fucking party. Let me support that, you know, political organization. Yeah, totally. As if, like, any, you know, elements of, like, any of the political organizations in this country are actually good. At least on a mainstream level. What are you doing? Striking a pose? Striking a pose, busy boy. There's more to this.
Assistant, and I believe in democracy, so I think that every single sitting member of Congress should be primaried every single time there's an election. That means Bernie Sanders, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, people I like as well. Because when we live in a democracy, people have to have options. So I believe in primary challenges, but to Senate Democrats, the corporate Democrats, that idea is absurd. Because they like being in Congress. And they don't want to be primaried. So they just think, oh, well, I don't want to primary anyone else. And Politico is so conspicuous here. They're not even subtle about it. They're essentially implying that Bernie Sanders is the unreasonable one here. And anyone who isn't kowtowing to Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, they're the ones who are being unreasonable. If you want to put pressure on them, you're unreasonable.
How dare you?
It's truly, I don't even know what to say.
It's supposed to be a Big Ten party, and we're supposed to have unity. You want to disrupt that? Ugh, unreasonable.
To say the least. So essentially
stupid.
the strategy seemingly is Democrats will do fuck all between now and November, and then when they inevitably get wiped out, do you think they're going to blame Manchin and Sinema?
No.
For blocking everything? No.
It's all the progressives' fault. The left elements of our party. They need to just stop being so radical, damn it.
Manchin and Sinema, who just weren't reasonable. Save this video, come back to it. Look, I don't have a crystal ball, but the Democratic Party is so incredibly predictable. They're going to do the same exact thing. Change nothing, expect a different strategy, and then when that fails, they'll blame the left. It's inevitable. It's a certainty at this point.
And then they'll go shift a little further further right in the process. Further white. But yeah, they'll move further right wing in the process while doing so. Because that's, I mean, because of course. Bye-bye. Sweet, cute little doggo. That's a handsome little boy. I'm gonna check out my little news pop thing, see what's going on. China's using Russia's Putin said face-to-face at what? Olympics says Ukraine's tensions. Wait, what? The Olympics are opening? Opening ceremony? Didn't Winter Olympics just happen? Not just what? Oh, okay. Matt Gaetz fundraising dips as sex trafficking investigation intensifies. Aww. Matt Gaetz can't get all of his little campaign money and all of his little bribe money. How cute. So a lot of his fucking little corporate shills don't want to affiliate with him. Adorable. Aww. Poor Gaetz. I hope he has a fun time in prison. I hope he doesn't drop the soap. That'd be very unfortunate. I also have to sleep with one eye open, too. What's up, buddy? Whoopi Goldberg suspended the View, suspended from the View over Holocaust remarks. What? What'd she say? Immediately, I'm suspending Whoopi Goldberg for 2 weeks for her wrong and hurtful comments. While Whoopi has apologized, I've asked her to take time to reflect and learn about the impact of her comments. What'd she say? On the show that the Holocaust was not about race, as they're discussing the Pulitzer Prize-winning graphic novel Miles, is a decision removed by a Tennessee school board from curriculum for 8th grade language arts. If you're not going to do this, let's be truthful about it. Because the Holocaust isn't about race. No, it's not about race. Following the interjection from Narcos and Navarro, who said the Holocaust is about going after Jews and Gypsies. But those are two groups of white people. But you're missing the point. The minute you turn to race, it goes down to alley. Let's talk about what it is. We're happy between this problem doesn't matter. Oh my God, Whoopi. Okay, I see what it is. I am bitten. Yeah, I just saw a random little article about like Whoopi Goldberg suspended from the View for Holocaust remarks, and I was like, huh? And I guess it's because she was like, hey, you know, the Holocaust isn't about race, yo. It was about how we treated each other. It's like, what? It's like, no, that you're just what? That's just what? That's just so stupid. Like, I mean, it wasn't really hurt, like, because it was like, hey, it was defamatory, hurtful, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, I mean, it's not really hurtful, more or less just stupid. Like, yeah, it was. I mean, it wasn't just that, but predominantly, yes, it was. Like, I mean, you can't just, like, oh my God. Like, basically, it's just, it was like a fun little article of, like, yep, Wookie. Whoopi, fucking, just kind of pulled a dumb, and was just, yeah, just being dumb, basically. It's like, okay. Like, I mean, I was thinking, no way, is she gonna, like, you know, pull some crazy, like, weird hot take, but it wasn't, like, the hottest of takes, just a stupid take. So I was like, oh, okay. I mean, she's not even, like, permanently removed or nothing. It's just, like, a 2-week thing or some shit. I mean, fundamentally, who cares? But I found it kind of amusing. That's, like, she was just like, yo, it's not about race, yo. But it's like, like, Gypsies, Slavs, Jews especially. Like, there was different racial groups that were very specifically targeted and even had different, like, hierarchical, like, levels of treatment, you know, based on their ethnic backgrounds and shit. Like, literally, yeah, there was. I mean, it wasn't just that, because there's also things like homosexuality, deviancy, you know, abroad in general, mental disabilities, etc. Like, there's other things, you know, that would, you know, deem you worthy of going to those, you know, to the Holocaust, you know, and shit. But, like, I mean, it was predominantly kind of a racial back thing. So, Whoopi, you're dumb. Whoopi dumb as hell in that take. Not hurtful, just stupid. I mean, I suppose it can be, but, you know, like, you know, especially considering how, like, it was a very racially mass, like, systemic fucking extermination effort. You know, it's like, yeah. That's probably, yeah, it's, oh my god, people dumb. It's like saving the Civil War wasn't a war about race? Because it's like, yeah, it was. It's like saying, oh, states' rights. It wasn't about, like, you know, race and, you know, the liberation of, you know, one race from being slaves and shit. Because it was states' rights. States' rights for what? Land? It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. And who owned most of the land in the South? Plantation owners and, you know, crop owners. And who fucking did the labor at those places? It's like, no matter how much you want to fucking try to move, you know, jump the hoops with that fucking, you know, war and shit, no matter what, it's always going to be about slavery. Like, every time. Sukov, hey, get over here. Hey. Hey. Hey, get over here. Hey, no. Stop running from me. No. No, get that out of your mouth. Stop it. Stop it. Dog. Get in the damn litter box, fucking gross ass little bitch. Hey, sit. Ugh. No. Hey, get over here. Lay down. Lay down. Ugh. Yeah, gross. Of course, they know he was doing it bad, and he tries to run away. It's like, nah. Fucking little deviant. Well, fucking Sakwadog. Yeah, let's see what else is. Find some random fun little thing to check out the tuberones. I'm gonna recommend Gordon Ramsay shit now because of that video I saw the other day. What's this? Diluted Chef Boyle's burger. Boils a burger? Who the fuck does that? I don't even want to. I don't even want to expose myself to that. I just won't. Like, we need to summon a holy trifecta of abortion, more than accent, Squeaky Benjamin. I heard from abortion not too long ago, so I know he's just, you know, still kicking, still doing his thing. I don't know why he doesn't even pop in here more often. He needs to get his ass in here more. Has Demon Mama done anything lately? Has she done any stems or anything of note? Illinois, Philadelphia. I'm pretty sure it was Philly. I think either way it was Pennsylvania, but I'm pretty sure it was Philly. You know what? Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna go on my Gmail. I'm gonna like see if maybe like if I like search him specifically, if his shit's still there. Low key. Well, I actually found him on here. Is there a way to potentially... Corey, I can do that in a minute. There's a Joe Molly who went by Jim and COVID in Pittsburgh. It's the only thing I could find. Oh, wait, whoop. Hold on. Do this real quick, yeah. There we go. Pittsburgh, that's all I found. Huh. Well, I don't know if that was his actual, like, real names, per se. Maybe it was. I mean, it seems like it was. All things considered, you know? I remember Philadelphia. Yeah, I do remember that. Also, he was older. I think the real Joe Malloy is. Yeah, I remember him being a little older. I'll do this real quick here. There we go. I guess I'll see if I get a response or something. Because I won't be surprised if he's still around, still kicking. But I guess at the same time I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if he wasn't either. I'd prefer the former than the latter, obviously. Oh shit. 3 is Twisted Historical Troll Tribes. We don't watch this. Part of me still thinks that Malloy was an elaborate troll by Whisper. I don't know. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like that was the case. I mean, because there were times where both of them were there, you know, in the chats, you know, amongst, I don't know. I don't necessarily think that was the case. But speaking of troll jobs, though, I totally forgot to watch one of their episodes from earlier last week on troll jobs. Speaking of, there were times when both Whisper and Verified Troll were in chat at the same time. Well, usually because he would go in on one account and then leave and come back on another account. Like of a sock account. But, I don't know. I mean, Joe Malloy was around before Jimmy Whisperer was, too. So, I mean... like, the first, like, people who were watching on a regular basis was McBortion and Malloy, so... I don't know. I mean, shortly after that, Jimmy Whisperer came by, but... yeah, I don't know. Did you hear about Officer Friendly Fire in the Couve? Fucking hell, correct. Oh my god, Officer. I kind of, it's just damn. Oh my god. But nah, I didn't hear about that. But how did Couve change to voice? I got no clue. I got no idea. You're all correct. Does weird things. But I mean, oh boy. Oops. So too bad, so sad for the Friendly Fire. I'm sure that guy's gonna get heavily reprimanded and be like, how dare you, not, understand what one of us hogs look like in between the enemy combatants on streets. You put to desk duty. That's reprimand. Details are weird as fuck. Really? Oh my goodness. Meantime, here. Let's check out some troll jobs.
All of you trolls take notice. What passes for trolling today is but a pale imitation of the great masters. Want proof? Let's take a look at 3 amazing historical troll jobs on Deep Fat Fried.
2022 will be the year that we literally drown you in content.
Whoa. I'm well aware, good TJ. Yes. 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 Yes.
And I hate them.
You love them and you hate them. Got mixed feelings. Dude, it's great to be a troll, but then when you get trolled,
It's like, oh, I don't know about this anymore.
I don't know.
A troll is good if it's a good troll, but if it's a terrible troll, you know what I mean?
Like, yeah. Most of them suck.
I think a lot of people labor under the misapprehension that like trolling is like a new thing, but man, there have been.
Oh hell no!
Since
Trolling's been around since
people
humanity.
And we're gonna cover some good old-fashioned trolls tonight. You recognize the troll on the left here?
Mozart.
You don't recognize the troll on the right.
That's Mozart.
Yeah, I mean, I can see in the document that that's Mozart.
Yes, we just happen to know anyway, so that's Mozart, clearly. I mean,
Apparently a robbery suspect just ran from Johnny McLaw himself. Robbery suspect broke into off-duty officer's house and got into a fight with said officer. Oh my god. Wow, so that's just bad luck. Bad luck from the suspects. Like, here, I'm gonna break into this house. Hey, I'm also the law. The house happens to be a law enforcement guy, too. Came up, shot the wrong guy, robbery suspect, temporarily got away. Oh my fucking god, dude. What a clown show. Wow. Man, I thought Portland cops were bad, but that's just comical. Like, I'm sorry, that's just comical. Like, wow. And at least he temporarily got away. It's just like, Jesus Christ, dude.
but you know, yeah, of course.
Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart didn't like the singer Adriana Ferrici del Bene because of her habit of bending her chin to her chest on low notes and flinging back her head on high notes. He hated watching her sing his music because she had this like thing she did on low notes. And so rather than like, you know, I guess work to have her fired, he decided to troll her by making an entire piece called Come Scoglio.
Come Scoglio.
It has a ton of jumps from high and low notes so that he could watch her bob her head like a chicken on stage.
That's great. Beautiful.
I actually got the
I love it.
Being sung here that we can take a little listen to it. Now, if you
Yakety Sax playing both. Yep. Or the Benny Hill theme.
That's where you really get an idea of the troll job taking place. So he wrote this.
So obviously, this woman doesn't have the same habit.
No,
but
she doesn't have.
I could kind of like see it though. Like, I mean, just kind of imitating to where, you know, this chick would probably be doing it. You know, according to, I mean, her singing it. It's just like, yeah, oh my god. I so badly wish I was in Mozart's time a little bit, low key. Man, to see that, dude, because Mozart wasn't only kind of like the quote unquote rock star of his time, he was legit just a troll. And like a deviant, dude. Like, he was like into straight up like farts, asses, booty, shits. Like, he was just all about like that random raunchy debauchery, dude. I love it. Like, Mozart is based. Like, it was just great.
But
and talented.
That he hated watching sing his music.
Wait, more details and it's even worse? Or is it more comical? Because so far what you've told me is pretty sadly but hilariously comical.
Really overextend her neck around and stuff, and so he wrote this piece of music just to make her look like a chicken on stage. To just highlight like he wrote an entire piece of music that's still performed to this day with reverence, just so he could watch a diva he didn't like
bob like a chicken,
kind of like look embarrassing on stage.
Athletic trolling, that's a rare form of trolling in itself. Like,
so the suspect won the fight with the cop and was trying to fuck with the cop's wife. Okay, that's okay. I mean, don't fuck with the cop's wife. Like, she already gets fucked up by the husband as it is. Like, I mean, come on. Okay, now, okay, all right. Now I'm not so much on the suspect's side anymore. Okay, that isn't comical. I was kind of hoping it would just be another, like, worse in the sense of being comical, because they're, like, kind of in a trolly mood now, but, like, Cop was trying to break down his own house door to get back in when John McLaw pulled up and immediately opened fire. Oh, my God. Okay, that's just... Okay, that part's comical. I mean, that part of the extra details is a little comical. It's just like, they didn't even bother to be like, who are you? I'm Officer blah blah blah. It's like, oh, this is your house, okay. You know, and just be like, you know, just go from there. Nope, they're just like, fuck you, boom. Like, oh my god, see, that fucking hogs, dude. See, that part's comical. Like, that first chunk of details he gave me there, like, this part, this last bit, yeah, that's still, that has a little, a little humor put to it. I'm like, oh my god, Jesus, fucking hogs, man. Fucking cops.
I mean, that's a high-level troll job right there, and a troll job that lives on to this day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the eternal fire of trolling.
I guess he was also kind of like a pretty puerile troll in general as a person.
Well, he was like obsessed with like shit and farts.
Yeah,
and all he was like you. So
well, you know, these Germans.
These Germans and Mozart, man.
Yeah, the Scheisen.
The police have not yet identified the deputy who shot the officer showed at Lamau. They even covered their piggy after he murders one of their own. Oh my god. Wow. Oh, so the officer actually was straight up killed. Like when he got shot at. Like, damn, bro. Jeez. Wow. They won't even fucking, like, you know, just say, yeah, it was just this guy. Our bad, fam. I mean, you know, they just have to be like, yeah, we have yet to identify this individual, and that means we're actually not gonna identify the individual.
Wolfgang Mozart is then age 24. He happened upon his sister Maria Anna's diary, and pretending to be her, he wrote the following entry, which, like, as a 24-year-old is pretty poor. So I just want to let you know that, like, I think he should have stuck to, like, musical trolling. I'll read this to you.
Okay.
All right. So he wrote this as a fake entry in his sister's
Yeah. So he did this to mimic her sister, but in a trolly way.
diary.
In his sister's diary. About shitting my humble self, an arse, a break, again an arse, and finally a nose. In the church, staying at home due to the whistle in the arse. Whistle not a bad tune for me in my arse. In the afternoon, Catherine stopped by, and also Mr. Foxtail, whom
Mr.
I afterwards
Foxtail?
licked in the arse. Oh, delicious arse! That's arse, dude.
Damn.
He really does.
Mozart loved booty, bro. He loved eating ass.
Speech, I feel.
Dude, if Mozart was aware of the I'd eat ass meme, like, I mean, he was basically the beginner. He was the birther of that, dude. He was the birther movement of the I eat ass movement. What the fuck's this story smoking? That was Mozart trolling his sister to make, putting that as an entry in her diary, so... Yeah, again, he probably should have stuck to trolling in music, but it kind of also emphasized that he legit had a very big infatuation with booty, and he must have been an expert at eating ass. Let's just put it that way. He must have been an expert. Clean that shit, just to make a nice little shine, dude. Making that, like, you can just, like, spread it, and, it just has, like, a nice little light reflection. It's so clean, he can eat that up. You can fucking, serve a fucking nice, fucking eggs Benedict on that bitch, you know what I'm saying? Boom.
I licked the arse. Oh, the arse. Arse is everywhere.
Oh,
arse.
Ass, yeah.
Sounds a lot like you, TJ.
Booty.
With the arse. Yeah, he loves the arse.
Or at least back in the German days, the arse.
But yeah. Back in the day, you would have. You'd have been like, oh, beautiful arse. Ah, yes. What arse. Plump, voluptuous arse. Arse.
What an arse. I guess it wasn't the first time that I guess he tried this out earlier to see if he could get away with it, and he just inscribed terrible arse in her journal at one point, and then I guess he got away with it, so he went back and did that whole other
Picture you woke up one day and there was a vlog up on your channel about the beauty of ass. I'd be okay with it, honestly. I'd be like, wait, why is there another stream that has some other dude? And it's just like talking about the wonders of eating ass. I'd be like, I don't know who that guy was, but I validate his beauty of just eating ass. Like, I'm okay with him. In fact, I just encourage it. I'll just let him be like my second-hand man, and he just goes on streams just talking about the beauty of ass, and the masked guy wearing my hat, dude. Oh my god, yes, yes. Yeah, I would be okay with it. Just a random dude just comes in here talking about, yeah, man, ass. I just love eating ass. I love just spreading those cheeks of that ass and just licking up that and just like going off on the deets, dude. Just like a fucking hour and a half stream just dedicated to just ass, dude. I'll be okay with it. I'm fine with it. Whatever.
Basically lived for his own entertainment at the expense of everybody else. You just
Man, I love
see that gleam
Mozart.
in his eye and that look on his face.
I mean, honestly, like, I mean, I don't know who did his portrait, but like, god damn, bruh. They really did get like that, like, sneering, like, I will amuse myself with you, and I will troll you. Like, I mean, the portraiture really got that out of him, man. Like, I mean, they did a great job with that portrait of Mozart, like, cause he really does have like that glare of just like, I will troll you, and I will laugh, and you will be besmashed with embarrassment.
Live. What a genius. God bless him.
Got a little bit of that Habsburg. He's got kind of a Habsburg jaw too, which means he was
probably half insane.
Like, at least half insane, so that's good.
That's good, yeah.
Most good trolls should be half insane. This guy might take the fucking troll taco right here.
This dude?
I don't know if you can tell by looking at him, but he is
I love his top hat already. I like that top hat.
Instantly, I'm like, oh yeah.
He's notorious. This is William Horace de Vere Cole.
William Horace de Vere Cole.
Probably never heard of him. I'd never heard of him until I started looking into this.
That's the first time I've heard that name.
But his pranks and trolling were legendary. Probably his most well-known troll job is called the Dreadnought Hoax of 1910, in which...
Oh, funny enough, the HMS Dreadnought actually was like considered like state-of-the-art, like new modern ship of the day. You know, basically it was like, oh, look at our new pride and joy. Like, I actually, funny enough, know a little bit about the Dreadnought, but not too much. I didn't know it got trolled. Like, what? Okay, okay, this is fun.
Wolf disguised themselves as the Emperor of Abyssinia and his court.
What?
And were given a full VIP tour of the British warship, the HMS Dreadnought.
Wait, so they just like blackfaced it up? We're like, we're the Emperor of Abyssinia, basically just Ethiopia today. But it's like, yeah, we're the Emperor of Ethiopia, basically. What's up, fam? Like, it's my entourage, bro. You want to, like, you know, give us a tour? Like, oh my god, okay, they got a fucking VIP to, oh my god, how did they, what? No one thought to, like, look and be like, does it kind of look like there's a little bit of light underneath that? Nah, that must be, like, you know, some mocks from being out at sea. You know, some sea mocks from the salts. Nah, don't mind that. Like, what? Like, how did anyone not, like, think to be like, they don't exactly look like the, you know, other Africans I've met. They seem a little off. Like, even for their weird racist standards, it'd be like, did they just not, oh my god, man. It shows how, like, I think that proves that people were probably just as at least stupid as today as back then. Like, I mean, you had, oh my god, you have to have been fucking stupid. Like, sorry, but, like, holy shit. I would think it'd be pretty obvious to see the difference between blackface versus, like, oh my god, oh, wow.
Yes, I am the...
They got away with it. Oh my, I can't wait to hear this. I can't wait.
Come aboard the ship. See our naval ship.
See our pride and joy, the Dreadnought.
Oh, man. So just for no reason other than to do it, I guess. So proud members of the British Navy, they all came out in their they like got in their honor guard colors and shit. They were all like ordered to like, put on your honor colors, you know, the King of Abyssinia is coming aboard to tour the Dreadnought.
The guy in royal colors.
They received their distinguished guests, who were all dressed in, like, cheap-ass costumes with dyed skin. So they just basically put on blackface.
Yeah. They're just, like, dressed in blackface.
Yeah.
Fucking shit. I love it.
Wow.
And they all spoke a language that they invented on the fly. The hoax is sometimes referred to as the Bunga Bunga affair.
Which tells you everything you need to know about the language.
Right.
Oh my god, the Bunga Bunga affair. Oh no, I can only imagine what they were doing. Oh no. Oh my god. It's like, so, oh no, I can, okay, oh no. Like, they're basically doing the equivalent of what I was probably doing in fucking, you know, like in elementary school, to pretend I was like speaking some other random language in like some, you know, pretend game or some shit, or pretending to be like a monkey or something like that, being like unga bunga uga aga or some shit. Or being like, hey, we're gonna play like caveman or something. Or whatever the fuck, you know, it's like unga bunga ooga, you know, and shit. These motherfuckers actually like did that and got away, like oh my god. Wow. Those T-Tacs and fucking T-sippers are just straight up like that dumb. Holy
it was just like
shit.
It basically shows you an artistic performance can pretty much, if it's done well enough, can just convince anybody of anything. Like, okay, these people actually are from a foreign land, and this is like the emperor.
Bunga bunga!
Oh, yes,
I think it shows you that the military is pretty fucking stupid.
They're not sending their best.
I don't know, Paul. You might have fallen for it.
The British Navy is not sending their best.
I probably would have like fallen for it on purpose, just to see what happens. What are these guys up to?
Yeah, what are they doing?
See what this troop of weirdos is up to.
Oh, you know what? You know what? Maybe that's it. Maybe like some of the actual, like maybe the admiral and like the fucking like officers of the ship were like, these obviously are not fucking, you know, the Emperor of Abyssinia here, but let's entertain them. What the fuck do they want? You know, they're just random other British chaps from the looks of it. What could they possibly want? Might as well give them a tour, see what they're up to, I guess.
But this was a big kind of scandal at the time, I think, and probably forgot.
Oh my god, I love this. Oh my god, they actually have a.
And that's William Morris there in the center, lording over his creation. I guess he was the English emissary or whatever that translated for the Unga Bunga tribes.
Oh my god, yes. I love this.
Has often been interpreted as let's just see if we can get away with it sophomoric prank. But others imply that it may have a sharper barb intended to it. Gilbert Hyatt writes that the imposture exposed the uncritical readiness of the British government and
probably
to entertain any odd-looking foreigner without inquiring closely into his character and background, and do him the honors so thoroughly that he went away awed and happy and pro-British. That kind of diplomatic courtesy helped build up an enormous empire to keep many spheres of influence in orbit. The Dreadnought hoax was a mocking exposure of its shallowness and insincerity. Thus, the silly little blackface impersonation by half a dozen unemployed youngsters proved to be a satire on the entire British imperial system. So, you know, basically they just, like, they were so, like, the British were so, like, trained to ingratiate
the pride and joy of the British Navy. Let me just oh my god, man, if some random British yoke just is like, yep, let me just tell you about the pride of the Navy, I'd say. It's just like, I made the dreadnought hoax, dude. Like, no. Like, nah, y'all were literally fooled, like a bunch of, like, maroons. Like, straight up. Like, oh my god, this is amazing.
Empire areas. And they wanted these people to go back home with this really pro-British thing. They were just lavish them.
They're wonderful.
Lavish, entourages from these.
Hey, random following us, please. Let's make them pro-British, so it's easier to conquer.
Give them a tour now.
And you can see on the left.
The Archbishop of Assyriama. I'm pretty sure Paul's
Assyriama. What the?
They just want to see what the fuck was gonna happen. Like, what the fuck is this?
Maybe so. So Cole might have been in training for the Dreadnought coup when, as a student of Cambridge, this is not him, by the way, this is the actual Sultan of Zanzibar, but he impersonated the Sultan of Zanzibar and got himself wined and dined along with his entourage of other Cambridge students by the high mucky mucks of the area.
Oh my God.
He pulled this off before to get himself in some kind of like, you know,
hoity-toity
party. And
based. Oh man, I wish we could get away with this shit today. Oh my God, I would fucking love to do this. Cause the troll in me so badly wants to troll like random up and crusty rich elite parties and shit. Oh my God, I could picture if like Ted Wheeler had like some little restaurant fiasco and I just come rolling up in there like, oh yes, I'm one of the princes of Canada. You know, and I just like kind of roll up in there just like in like you know some uniform or some shit that looks Canadian or royal, you know, like garb or some shit. Just troll the fuck out of like, you know, some like local townships and like get into upper crusty ass fucking parties and like fuck with them and shit. Oh my God, I would. Oh man, I wish we lived in the time that I would get away with that. It's not because it'd be like offensive, but it's just like, I mean, if you're like, oh yes, I'm the prince of, you know, the Principality of Colombia or some shit. It's like, oh, really? Let me look that up. Oh, that doesn't exist. It's like, you just can't get away with that shit no more. Just because it's like, you can just look it up and be like, you're lying. You know you're not, fuck off. You know, it's like, god damn it. We're just, man. The information age has really definitely changed the way you control. And god, dude, man... if it was this easy to troll by just like getting up in some outfit and just looking like just convincing enough and just being confident enough, oh my God, dude, holy shit, you could just get away with trolling anybody. Like, especially these fucking upper crusty shits, like, oh, especially when it's like such a polite society at the time too, because they wouldn't think about getting fucked with. You know, so it's just like, you know, you got some troll, you know, fucking with you, but you wouldn't think they are, so you're always going to come in there, like, thinking, you know, of, like, good merit, like, oh, you wouldn't actually do that, you know, whatever. You know, so it was just that much easier. Oh, man, dude, oh, man. I just wish we just lived in a time where trolling, you know, like this, it was just so much more easier. Oh, my God, I just wish it was. Oh, man.
Costume that he made. And probably putting on some blackface and saying that he was the...
I mean, I won't do that. I leave that out of it.
Of Zanzibar. So that's pretty
like,
awesome.
Just be like, I am the Prince of Narvik. Hello. You know, it's like, I'm a Norwegian prince or some shit. You know, I just do that.
You could just show up somewhere in some fancy clothes and blackface and be like, I am the Sultan of Zanzibar. People are just like, wow.
If you know nothing about Zanzibar, I mean,
that's
maybe.
crazy. That's awesome.
Yeah, if you have enough of an entourage, you can pretty much convince people of anything.
I mean, honestly, yeah, just be like, I'm the Prince of, you know, Prague of Croatia or some shit. You know, you can just mix shit together and... You know, like, if you're just some random hobo in town, you can just convince people. I honestly, now thinking about it, you probably could still get away with this to a certain degree. Just be like, yes, I'm a prince that is traveling the world and, you know, taking some of my expenses, you know, and experiencing the world for what it is. You know, it's just like, I'm a little bit more of an unorthodox prince, if you will, you know, or some shit. You know, it's like, yes, I speak 2 different languages, or, you know, 4 different languages, or some shit. Just try to sound, like, pompous and sophisticated to, like, small-town random people in the U.S. and Canada or some shit. Just be like, yes. You probably, now thinking about, oh, man, you probably could. I probably could. I mean, there'd be people that'd be like, excuse me, you need to back the fuck off, you weird little hold-on latest-looking stuff, suit some bitch. Like, you'd still get weird little fucking people like that, but... I mean, you still could. It's harder, but you still could. My little troll light bulbs are all like, you know, lighting up.
So,
especially back in them days.
Back in them dark days.
Nowadays, people be like, Sultan of Zanzibar. You're not the fucking Sultan of Zanzibar. This guy is.
Get out of here, you. But these days, I mean, how the fuck would they know any different? Or back in those days, how would they know any different? You know.
Take him on his word.
They clearly didn't.
Well, I'm sure not everybody could pull this off. This guy was clearly talented at, finding the right venues to use this at and not overindulging in it, and for him to get away with it so many times.
I mean, if he was taking different little small rural towns and just kind of taking advantage of them in that way, I see that's kind of the point of a troll a little bit. It's there's a little bit of humility and good merit trolling, and this guy's doing some pure good merit trolling and shit, where he's taking the upper crusties and fucking with them. I mean, this guy could just be equal opportunity offender and go into random small towns where he goes to the local pub and basically just has, the entire pub just buy drinks for him and shit. It's he could take advantage of shit like that, but, I mean, he's doing it for some good purposes and trolling the fuck out of upper crusty elites at the time, and I love this guy for it.
One of his master pranks was one where he stood on the street handling theatrical performance tickets, and he handed them intentionally for free to a series of extremely bald passers-by. He gave the tickets to bald people that were carefully chosen to be at certain places in the audience. Everyone took their seats, and when the show started, the bald men's heads reflected the light from the stage, and as a result, the bald men's heads shined with a word that spelled out bollocks.
Which means balls.
Right, balls, for those. And other sources claim it was only 4 men's heads, and the word was fuck. Which one?
Both are pretty funny.
True, who knows? But it could be
scallions.
I feel like bollocks is probably the more accurate one. I feel like it makes more sense.
Stage and the balcony, and it was an uproarious kind of thing. He just had these guys put reflective
little
letters on their heads in exchange for free theater tickets to see a show. And he claims he ruined a pretentious and terrible play by calculatingly giving tickets to selected bald men with their heads painted with the single letter that he wanted to be reflected by the lights. So the people that did it could all see.
Okay, you could still get away with this. You can still do this.
Play was shit.
I love this.
Fucking bollocks.
That's a good way. That's a good way to give his review of the play.
I love it.
The Time Life Library of Curious and Unusual Facts reports that Cole often targeted his peers. For example, playing on the innate good manners of the well-bred English gent, Cole would pose as a surveyor on the street and politely ask a passing swell to help by holding one end of a string for a moment. And then he would disappear around the corner and find another man to hold the other end of the string and then walk away. To a shop nearby to see how long they stood around the corner holding the string. How long is this gonna be?
Oh my god, could you get away with this today? Nah, I'd honestly, thinking about it, you probably couldn't. You really couldn't, because people are like, yeah, I got places to be, I got things I gotta do. It's like, fuck you, I got a time schedule here. People are just too time crunched now. Honestly, man, it's so simple, but it's just so great. It's a simple troll, but it's so good. It's like you just take, some upper crusty fella and it's like, excuse me, good sir, can you hold on to this, please? And it's like, oh, well, sure, quite fellow. I can, spare, a minute or two to, sit here for a second. And he's like, well, thank you, good chap. And just runs off, goes around the corner and goes to some other upper crusty. He's like, excuse me, sir, can you please hold this for a minute? And then just runs off and just, goes across the street, just, goes to a bistro and just has a sandwich and just chills and just kind of just chuckles at these two dudes just standing there with this string. Oh my god, thinking of people just walking by, oh my god, that's the best part, I bet. That was the best part, I bet. Just having, people try to, the string, I need to get through here, okay, that's weird, so, alright there. And then you just have these dudes just oh, sorry, I have to hold the string, pardon me. And just, all the awkward, oh my god, the awkwardness must have been so crazy. Oh, man. Oh, god, you can't get away with shit like this anymore. I mean, and again, it's not even, this is a stupid thing about conservatives sometimes. So they'll be like, you can't do good, blah, 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 but it's like, no. It's just because, you know, like, the actual amusement of some of the trolling comedic shit that you can do, you can't necessarily get away with, because it's like, you know, dressing up as, like, pretending to be some royal fucking elite schmuck fuck, you know, with some random costume get up and getting into upper crusty parties and fucking with them. You know, this type of shit, you know, get one random dork to hold the string and getting some other person around the corner to do the same and just see how long they do it. Shit like this. I mean, some of the stuff you just can't get away with because, like, just people just are gonna be like, no, I got things I gotta do, or just be like, wait a minute, are you really that? Looks you up and realizes you're not. It's like, wait a minute. Like, I mean, just some shit, it's just like, I mean, it's just not doable. I mean, just because you can't really successfully do it. I mean, you could probably do it once, you know, if you do it confidently enough. But that's it, just like once. Like, I mean, if you can convince one party, I mean, eventually they're gonna be like, was he really that? And then look him up and be like, after you're gone, and be like, wait a minute, he really wasn't. Wait, then who was that? You know, and they'll probably think it's like, was he a spy or some shit? They'll probably all fucking, like, freak out or something. So it's just like, man, some of these trolls, dude, so good, but yeah, just unfortunately not really doable anymore. Just because of the internet. I mean, not because there'll be some outrage mob or something, but just because, I mean, you could just fact check somebody, be like, you're not, you know, the Prince of Narvik. In fact, there isn't even one. What is this? It's just like, man, can't get some random schmuck to hold. Well, I mean, I guess some people you probably could. If you just got, like, some dude sitting at a bench, be like, excuse me, I need to do something real quick, but I need you to hold on the string for me, and I'll be right back. And you know, you could probably like do the string troll, you know, still, but you would have to really, like, you know, pick. You know, you have to, like, really be more selective because you can't just grab some random person. You have to get somebody who's already kind of just chilling there or something. Yeah, and so, it's so harder to, you know, do fun little trolls these days. And I'm not even talking about edgy ones, just like these more like Machiavellian, like, schemy ones that, you know, kind of require, like, a lot of plot and planning and shit. I mean, it's, you know, man, I just love trolling. I just love it so much.
These, like, English gentlemen that have this, like, code of extreme honor and shit, and see how long he
extreme honor.
Like, standing there.
Pardon me, sir. Could you hold this string for me for just a moment, sir?
Oh, well, of course, good sir. I'll be right back, sir. And he'd walk around the corner and, sir, could you hold this string for me for just a moment? I'll be right back. Oh, well, of course, son. Yes. And then he'd go across the street to the soda fountain and just like, watch them fucking waste their time.
Oh, I love it.
He's also fond of spontaneous pranks.
Ooh.
When he stumbled on a road crew without a foreman one day, Cole leapt into the breach, directed the men to London's busy Piccadilly Circus. So he found this, like, crew of construction dudes that worked for the city that looked like they were waiting for their boss, and he was like, hey, you slackers, get over there to Piccadilly. And he had them excavate a huge trench in the middle of the street. Nearby policeman was like, oh, yes, obligingly, like, redirected the traffic around it for him all day. And it was several hours after that before the city even noticed that the unauthorized, you know...
He fucked up the London City construction crews. He fucked up the city. He fucked up the city government. Oh my god, dude, this guy's beyond based. I love him so much. I love him so much. What a little anarchist. I'm so proud. I'm so proud of this troll.
Ghostbusters 2 shit, dude. You start drilling the street. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
No.
He just, like, got a bunch of different construction guys just kind of sitting, waiting for their foreman. They're just like, hey, what are you all doing? We need to, get over here to Piccadilly. There needs work to be done immediately. Get over here. Chop, chop. And they just got him going. It's like, oh, well, okay. I guess I'll just walk over there that needs to be done. So, well, might as well get some work done with my pay just sitting here. Yes, yes. It's like, oh my god. And then the fucking police officers just didn't even think about it. They're like, oh yes, here, let me redirect some traffic, guys. You all obviously are here doing some honest work. It's like, dude, he fucked. Oh my god, I love it. You can't do this. This trolling you just can never do anymore. You would legit get fucking, like, you would just be in prison if you did something like this today. Oh my god, you can never do such magnificent Oh my god, there needs to be like an honorary like title for this man. Oh my god, this is amazing.
Off, and to a greater extent than them, you know. I mean, he just basically took control of the local authorities just with sheer brashness. Got himself like a team of unwitting construction people and had them destroy a street.
Just dig a hole.
Just for the law.
Just fill it. Right. Let's do a social experiment. I'll just show up at different places and be like, I'm your boss now. Do all this shit.
I'm your boss now. Go do some
Hey,
shit.
it's me, your boss. Anyway, go dig a hole. Like, can I see some identification or something? No. Get your ass to the fucking ditch and dig. Shut the fuck up and dig the hole, you
Go destroy Piccadilly Avenue now, or you're fired.
We're shutting down the freeway.
Walks over to the cop that's on the beat, and he's like, I need your help there, officer. We're doing a really, there's a dangerous pipe underneath Piccadilly here. We're going to need you to direct traffic around it. Can you do that for me? Oh, of course, son, of course. He basically, like, was born at the perfect time. He took, because, like, you can imagine.
Oh my god, he was. Oh man, I wish I was a part of his entourage, dude. I'd just die happy. Oh my god.
Higher
I'll just die happy knowing he existed.
Shit. Was just so polite back in the day. Like, people were not used to being lied directly to or rused, and so the pickings were probably pretty good for a person that knew what they were doing. For some social engineering, and he was kind of a master of it.
Like it. Just like a golden age of trolling for sure.
Nobody knows who's. Have you guys heard of the Piltdown Man hoax?
Yeah, like the fake.
I actually learned about that in high school, actually.
Fake fossils, like the missing link kind of thing, right?
It's literally just a different amalgamation of a different primate pieces of skull and human skull, just shoved into like one thing, and it's like, hey, we found a missing link. It's like it's literally like probably one of the best troll jobs ever. I will say I do know about that. Because it was basically, from my understanding, the dude initially did basically wanted it on his deathbed. Like, yeah, I don't want no one knowing about this. But like, once he was passed and shit, it was like, yeah, it's all fake. Like, cause when and then it ended up becoming eventual and found out later down the line where it's like, oh yeah, this ain't real. But like, it did take pretty much the entire scientific community essentially like a consensus of essentially like, hey, yeah, it's basically this is all true. Yep, the Piltdown Man is a missing link. Like, the scientific community for a while did actually think it was the thing. So it was such a good troll that it trolled the scientific community. So I mean, it's like, damn. Probably won't though. Yeah. I was kind of tempted to maybe get a brew or two when I got off work, but I was like, eh. I was kind of settled with the tea I'm sipping on. Besides, I'm a little short for cash anyway. I kind of want to save it. So when I get paid next, which is probably going to be low as fuck, I can at least, just shove all that in the bank and just call good.
Think hoax that ran in the science books for a long time as, one of man's earliest ancestors.
That is rare for a Winco. Every time I go into Winco, I mean, it might look a little empty, but those checkout lines are always so busy.
Was discovered to be a hoax.
Even late at night.
He's on the list of people that
possible shocking.
Can't believe he'd be on the
pulled
list.
it off. We don't know for sure, but it could have been William Horst of Veracol.
Oh, William Horst. Well, to be fair, Piltdown Man was an entourage of people that did do it. Like, one of the people on their deathbed basically wanted it to be let out after they were dead and shit. And it kind of did a little bit, but it took a while for it to actually become kind of a realization. Because, when it was actually more of a debate, more so than like, oh yeah, this is bullshit. Like, I mean, it was so, it stayed in the scientific community that Piltdown Man was a thing for a while. Self-checkout's fine 90% of the time. Regular checkout's always a shit show. Well, by the time it's late at night, at least for the one that's near me, the self-checkout lanes are closed. It's kind of like what our store does. Like after a certain time, they'll close up self-checkout, which is kind of stupid. But I mean, they should at least, at least for the Winco, especially the one next to me. I know how many self-checkouts they got, and they got like 6, so they should at least leave open 2. And for ours, we only have 3 at our store, so they should at least just leave 1 until the store closes. I mean, because sometimes late at night, there will be like the last minute, people grabbing, something before the store closes, and there'll be like a line of like 4 or 5 people at like 10:30 or some shit, and it's just like, I mean, that's kind of why you should probably have at least 1 self-checkout, because then you can probably relieve some of this, because you get some people getting like fat things of groceries, but then behind that person is like a person of like 2 things, like, like a pack of ramen and like, a thing of juice or something, or like, some eggs and milk for tomorrow or whatever, or some shit, just like, what? It's like, that's why self-checkout, at least there should just be 1, I don't know why they don't, but it's ridiculous. But anyway.
And, I don't know why this one is my favorite, but it is. He would occasionally impersonate the Prime Minister and Labour Party leader named Ramsay MacDonald and big political speeches out in public that contradicted his McDonald's actual political position. So,
oh my god! Oh, dude, I wish you could do this. I mean, I guess on Twitter people do, but you can't absolutely get away with it. You have to kind of asterisk yourself and be like, I'm not real, I'm parody. So you can't really get away with it, but oh my fucking god. Oh man. Honestly, there's only one person who probably could get away with something like this. Sacha Baron Cohen. But even then, he couldn't literally impersonate someone like that. Like, he couldn't get away with it that far. Well, I bet he could. I bet people will let him do it.
He would just pretend, like I guess back then, people had only seen pictures of the guy, and so he would do his mustache up to look like him, and would get a couple of his friends to act as, like, royal guards or whatever, and he would set up in the street.
Be like, yes, we need to get the workers, to accept your bosses, and blah. It's just like, wait, what? It's like, I thought this man was talking for the workers. Wait, this isn't what he usually talks about. This is what I heard he speaks. What is this?
Yes, come in here, Ramsay, give a speech, and people would go, oh, yes, and then every opinion he gave was like the opposite of the guy's actual political opinion, so he basically anti-stumped for the guy.
It's like in the Trump impersonator, convince a bunch of Trumpers that, oh, it's actually Trump, and they actually hear the speech, of course, then giving the exact opposite positions. So you couldn't get away with that shit.
We need more Muslims.
Now, because like,
oh my god, maybe with the Trumpites you probably could, if you got someone convincing enough. Oh my god, you probably could be like, it's like, see Trump at at so and so, to some random place, just make it look like he's doing it. But then you get him out there and it's just like, yes, you know what? I had some introspection. You know what? Yes. Like, just like those vaccines, like, you do have your freedoms. But they are very good because I was the one right in those labs, sitting next to a scientist, make sure they were done right. I was making sure they were done right. And that's what I was saying. You got your freedoms. On top of that, I do think Muslims are actually really good. Like, they all happen to be in Abrahamic belief. It's just like, oh my god. Man. You can't just troll like this no more. I wish you could. Oh.
Swamp. He would have told us. Swamp.
So this guy definitely...
Trump.
Definitely,
troll. This is like just more troll.
It's an absolute dyed in the wool.
His neck is fucking 20 feet long. I mean, that dude's
holy shit, that guy's got a thick neck.
So this is Theodore Hook.
Theodore
Our final troll of the night. Theodore Hook, he may have pulled off the greatest troll job of all time. I don't know. You guys will have to tell me if you think there's been a better one at the end of this. But this is an intricate and involved troll job, but shockingly simple. So it really is a brilliant moment in the history of trolls, I think, personally. So in 1810, Theodore Hook shut down a large part of London
What?
Only because of a bet with his friend.
What?
He was the perpetrator of the so-called Berners Street hoax. It all started when he made a bet with his friend, Samuel Beasley, that he could make any home the most talked about address in London within a week.
Well, it's Burner Street, so yeah, it's talked about.
It was probably some braggadociousness going on. You know, he was bragging about what a good PR guy he was, and
I can make any place the big talk of London.
Businesses,
Oh no, you
whatever it
can't.
was.
Oh yes, I can.
And it ended up escalating. I mean, you guys know how this happens. His brothers, I've seen it happen.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
Prove you can do it, then. Oh yeah, you want me to prove it? I'll fucking prove it, then. And so they ended up making a gentleman's wager.
Oh my god.
This is like really sociopathic trolling.
Oh my god.
Basically ruined half of London for a day. You know what I mean? On a bet.
Oh my god.
You know what? Sometimes
I wanna.
Extreme things like that call for extreme measures.
So what he did was he spent some time at home writing thousands of letters that were all to be sent to these various different people.
Oh my god, he spent oh man, thousands of letters. Bruh, that is dedication.
In terms of services. So we're talking sweepers, coal sellers, cake makers, doctors, lawyers, priests, vicars, piano sellers, fishmongers, shoemakers, dignitaries, many other service providers. Anything he could find, basically, in the list of businesses around London that offered a service where they would come and deliver something to your house or send someone to your house to do a service.
Oh my god.
And he sent all of these letters in the name of Mrs. Tottenham, who lived at
Mrs. Tottenham.
54 Burner Street.
Like he engaged every business he could think of in that area just to come all... Okay, I know where this is going.
Yep. In the letter, he requested services, visitors, deliveries, and assistance. And soon the narrow street became highly congested with this huge amount of people. There's actually a painting of it.
Oh my god.
Daguerreotype or whatever they call that of it. I'll make it full screen for a second so you can look at it.
Sweet Jesus.
Bedlam in the street.
Oh my god.
They're all trying to get in. That's in. They probably, with a crowd that large, they probably don't even know where. Like they're like half of them probably don't know where they're going. There's people pushing towards. Hey, we gotta go here. No, we gotta go here. No, it's this building. No, it's this building. Like I mean, like and this obviously gonna be like total bedlam and confusion. Like look how many fucking people are showing up. Like,
oh my god. Just thousands of different, like, oh my, I can only imagine, you know, because people are going to be wondering, like, why is there so many people trying to get into this one area, and then that's just going to create crowd in itself, and probably create more, you know, crowds, you know, from there. Oh my god, like, holy shit. It just makes collapse. Let's just collapse half the commerce and like trade in London, and just like fucking just get everybody just like out into like one little like block. Holy shit!
People together, everyone's gonna be confused.
So, due to all of this, a huge part of London shut down because all the people showed up at the same address at the same time. So he basically, like, used these thousands of letters that he wrote to concentrate a huge amount of the services available in London on one tiny little narrow street at the same time on the same day, which, as you can imagine, created a huge traffic jam, which basically shut down commerce in most of London's like business district for the day.
Oh, you know.
Oh my god! Imagine being like some of the first like 5 or 10 people to show up and being like, "Oh, what's with all these cars, you know, turning on the same street, huh?" And then just like imagine being like the 100th person where it's like, I can't even like, it's the street I'm supposed to be up down there. Yeah. Shit. Alright, well, I guess I'll have to kind of squirt my way through here. And just, dude. And just, like, it probably looked like a bonanza of just all sorts of random goods and shit. like furniture, fucking like cakes, breads, meats, fucking like fishes, like pianos, like oh my god.
Why are there a bunch of people there? Because crowds, like, beget crowds, dude. It's like, what's that? What are those? What's that group?
What's going on here?
What are those apes doing? Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, what are they
apes
doing? Let's go look.
Just Biz Bill from there.
You know, I don't know, man. This right here is gotta be one of the most heartless. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but like, dude, the amount of people's time that got wasted by this troll job, has it ever been matched in the history of history?
Honestly, maybe QAnon, but like that could be argued that that's not inherently like a troll job. But I mean, I can say it. I would argue at least in part. I think at least in some part it is.
Not that I know of.
But even then, I wouldn't really count that.
Because there's a fine line, though. There's been, I think there's been greater scams, but troll jobs.
Well, a troll job is like
scam. This is
like a scam is like if you're doing this for like some kind of like I'm gonna
trying to get money out of it.
I get that, but like, because I'm saying like I can think of greater scams than this.
Purely like I'm fucking with people.
But yeah, on a pure like I mean, there's probably people that argue some shit that's been done on the internet because it reached more people. But this is an actual real world impact. A lot of that trolling shit is just like, you know, people's feelings got hurt or some shit.
Right, there was a big argument online or some shit, you know. This is like
streets, maybe.
A significant portion of London's industry was shut down because this dude ordered every service in town.
Maybe the people
who
are
God. I love it.
Waiting for JFK Jr. to come back from the dead. Yeah, they might have gotten trolled harder.
That's true.
That didn't last long, and also they didn't really like cause any break in commerce and cause like Dallas to shut down or nothing. So no, not even remotely close. Like they had like, you know, some fun little crowds and stuff, but yeah, they didn't like abruptly stop like the commerce of fucking Dallas and shit.
Like fucking London. Major troll job, but I don't know. It has gone
oh my god. I love
it. Never
it.
shut down a street though. Not like this has.
No. That's true. And this was like not even like ideologues either. This was just like trolling capitalism, basically. It was just like, let's call every service that's trying to get everybody's business. I have this excerpt from a newspaper at the time that I think is most descriptive. It starts with, "A hoax," that's the headline. "This very malignant species of wit was yesterday most successfully practiced at the house of Mrs. T." So I guess they censored
Mrs.
her
T.
name, so probably to further discourage
Not the husband of Mr. T.
people from doing this again or whatever the fuck. "A lady of fortune."
Unlike Mr. T pitting the fools, she was trolling the fools.
Number 54 Berners Street, which was beset by about 36 tradespeople at one time, with their various commodities, and from the confusion altogether, such crowds had collected as to render the street impassable. Wagons, laden with coals from the Paddington wharves, upholsterers' good by the cartload, organs, pianofortes, linen, jewelry, every other description of furniture were lodged as near as possible to the door of number 54, with anxious tradespeople and a laughing mob. So this was like further exasperated by the fact that like people walked by and they were like, "Look at it!
Look at all those bullshit trying to get stoned." Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! It's so, man. Where was where were these two dudes just like, you know, in all this? Like, were they in like some apartments nearby or something? They had to have been nearby to see this. They couldn't just not witness their creation in the making. Like they had to at least, you know, be watching this, just like laughing their ass off, having like some gin or some shit together. Like, there's no way they, you know, were just like opposite side of town reading the paper, just like, oh, I wonder what all the, you know, talk outside is about. Oh, it probably isn't at Berners Street, is it? Oh, I guess that's what the talk is about. Good. Like, they were definitely watching this. They were like somewhere like down below, just like, you know, or at least maybe mixed in with the mob laughing their ass off at the rest of me. Oh my god, man, I so badly, oh god, dude. Man, trolling back in the day was just so much easier. Holy shit. Oh. Man, I so badly want to be in that. I so badly want to be in that day, in those times, man.
That's what I'm saying. You know for a fact, anything like that's going to draw a crowd immediately, because it's like, you don't see that shit every day. It's like, what's
beautiful
happening here?
I love that, dude. So not only are all these frustrated people like, how are we getting paid? She needs to sign me invoice and
we need to get paid, damn it.
Maneuver around the pianos and big rugs and shit.
Dude, the crowd gets bigger.
It was like he created a giant gypsy bazaar in the street.
Nothing to sell.
Everybody kept walking by, you know, like all the people walking by just kind of like stopped to like looky-loo, like of course they're gonna do this shit.
Oh my
It goes
god.
on. About this time, the Lord Mayor arrived in his...
The mayor showed up? The mayor showed up to this shit? Oh my god. Oh my god. I love this.
Short, as he was driven to Marlborough Street police office. At the office, his lordship informed the sitting magistrate that he had received a note purporting to come from Mrs. T.
He was also invited?
Stated that
he didn't just like show up wondering what the fuck was going on. He was invited. Oh my god, dude, this is amazing.
Summoned to appear before him, but that she was confined to her room by sickness, and requested his lordship would do her the favor of a call on her. So he even like involved like local like
politicians.
magistrates.
Oh my god.
Like local
Yes, I shall pay a visit to her.
Please pay a visit upon me, Lord. I'm bedridden with illness.
But I would still like to make my appearance. So he gets his whole entourage together and finds the
Oh
street
my
just
god,
in
it's too
complete
good.
disarray. Burner Street was, by this time, in the greatest confusion by the multiplicity of tradespeople who were returning with their goods and spectators laughing at them. The officers at Marlborough Street office were immediately ordered out to keep order, but it was impossible. The first thing witnessed by the officers was six stout men bearing an organ, surrounded by wine porters with permits, barbers with wigs, mantua makers with bandboxes, opticians with various articles of their trade. Such was the pressure of tradespeople who had been duped. But at 4 o'clock, all was still confusion. The street was not cleared until a late hour, as servants wanting places began to assemble at 5 o'clock, besides a coffin, which was brought to Mrs. T's house, made to measure. There were, I don't know what this is, accoucheurs.
Accoucheur? What the fuck is that?
Miniature painters and artists of every description.
Oh my god.
Wow, he really went all out.
And then
literally all the fuck out. Holy shit. He got everybody. He got everything. Oh my fucking god. No wonder half of London was shut down. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Fucking address for some reason. It, dude.
He very much got like half of London to show up.
By the way, is one that assists in birth. So basically, yeah. You're here.
Oh my god, this is awesome.
The birth of a troll job, man.
They had a birth of a troll job, Jesus.
From, like, legitimate social functions by this, too. You know?
He created a fucking mass traffic jam at a time when those didn't happen because they're just, you know what I mean?
Oh my
Not
god.
only that, like, how many of these tradesmen and stuff were probably
out of business all day.
Right, and could have been better served, could have been better suited.
Oh yeah, lost.
Just like helping other, contracts and shit.
You want to get paid, so there's like at some point it's like
doing other orders and stuff.
Too, people want to know what the fuck is even happening. They're like standing around like, what the fuck is even going on?
It just became a spectacle of epic proportions.
Oh my god. Man, just a literal clueless, utter fucking chaos that just must have. Oh my god, I just so badly, man, imagine if there was like video cameras, or at least, like one camera just like a drone even, to just like fly overhead and witness, oh my god, to witness it all. Oh my god. Oh man, I wonder how much like that spread, because it was like more than just that street. Like it expanded out and more as more kept showing up. I mean, like, I don't even know how you would be able to navigate. Like, how would you even navigate this shit? Like, oh my god. This has to honestly probably be the best troll job in history I think I've thus far have heard. Like, I'm just like, it's hats off. Like, to man, I forgot the dude's name already, but like, motherfuck.
Theodore Hook and his
Theodore Hook
were probably in one of these
Yes.
apartments above the street up there.
Probably like, probably trying not to literally die of laughter.
Just laughing their fucking asses off all day long at what they'd done.
I wonder if they ever like. Shit. I don't know, man.
They would probably have to be in hiding for a while. So, like, I would be in hiding if I did this, like, straight up. I wouldn't show my face for at least a year.
Point like, oh fuck, maybe we've gone too far with this. But
probably so. I didn't find they admitted it years later.
I mean, this was a better one, but the Mozart one's funnier. Dude, this one's hilarious, dude. This one's probably just by far my favorite.
Become like a local legend or something, and I didn't find anything about them being punished for it, so I guess they waited until the statute of limitations had gone by and people had chilled out.
People were just like, until it was like, you know, more of like
Yeah,
a joke.
oh, yeah,
it was fun to remember that day at Murder Street.
You got us good, and then, you know, like...
So it's like, yeah, I did it.
That is a look at some historical trolls. If you
Oh,
like this, there's tons
beautiful.
of these, including one that got cut from tonight's list, but may show up on the next one. Benjamin Franklin, a notorious troll. I'll give you one fact about Ben Franklin before we leave.
He's a notorious
Ben
one.
Franklin was such a troll that the founding fathers had to each individually proofread the Constitution of the United States to make sure that he hadn't slipped in any double entendres or jokes.
Beautiful.
Oh man, they should have let him keep one. Dude, they should have let Benjamin Franklin have at least one in there, dude. Oh my god. Also, he was a manhole. So, like, a very, it's like, voluptuous one at that, too. He was just like, oh yes, let me just, you know, like, let me find myself to go out and just, The Constitution would be so much better if it had trolls in it. Well, we had one, but all the other motherfuckers are like, hey, make sure this son of a bitch didn't do something. We're all gonna individually proofread it, so don't make sure old Franklin over there did fuck up. Oh, beautiful. Wow. Theodore Hook, dude. Like, he's probably honestly the most, or a bet, man, that probably is really, honestly, that really is just legit like the best fucking like troll job. Like, you know, Mozart might have had some funny ones, but like as for just like such a like impact of, you know, for trolling, like I mean, what tops that? I mean, I don't know what could top that, honestly. I'm really struggling. I don't know. I mean, there's some good ones out there, but again, for just like sheer impact and everything, I like. But my goodness. This scan is of a lung globe from a 50-year-old male who died of COVID-19. Air spaces are colored cyan, open blood vessels are colored in red, and blocked damaged blood vessels are colored in yellow. What the Well, actually, you shouldn't do that because it won't fucking show it, but yeah, that looks So yeah, the yellow is the damaged and destroyed fucking shit. Cyan is all the air spaces. And the red are still the functional blood cells. Or I guess the blood vessels, I mean. And yeah. I can see why people have like some serious trouble breathing and shit. It's kind of interesting how, like, I mean, it is kind of a little difficult to see a little bit just because of all the other shit, but at least with the cyan ones, it's kind of interesting to see, like, how there's, like, these small little, like, air spaces, and then you got, like, these big, like, thick tubular ones that extend out and all this other shit. It's kind of interesting. I kind of wonder why it would be, like, so small, because you think, you know, with enough force or exertion or, you know, or like with enough lung expansion, they could probably. I guess it is a stretchy fucking organ. So yeah, never mind. I just gotta realize what I was. Yeah. Wait. So okay. So if it, so if this all goes, up into the esophagus right there at the top. Wait. So where would it be the big ass, like air tube or the air space that would like connect? I guess it just all kind of just absorbs into the organ, and then the air spaces just kind of suck it all up. That does like the very specific, like, okay, because I would think there would be like a big cyan blue air space kind of sticking up to the top corner right there on this line, but I don't know. Maybe it's just the way they did the photo, I guess. I don't know. Still kind of creepy, especially this like bottom right side. That just like, what the fuck? Like even some of the yellow is damaged air vessels too and air spaces, and it's just like, ugh. I mean, I guess it doesn't look like as bad because honestly a lot of it's mostly like blood vessel damage and shit from the looks of it, more so than airspace. So from the seams of it, at least from the picture, if I just had to take kind of a guess just from looking at it, it seems like a lot of the problem with the breathing is not so much the airspace issue, but more so that you aren't absorbing enough oxygen when you do take a breath. So thus you have to breathe more, thus probably trying to catch your breath far more often, just because of this. I mean, your blood vessels and that are in your lungs aren't absorbing enough because they're all fucked up and damaged. Because the air spaces themselves, at least just from looking at it, aren't as damaged in comparison to the blood vessels, because the red is meant to show the blood vessels, but there's like hardly any red aside from a couple spots, mostly in the center. But the air spaces seem relatively fine. Well, not fine, but better off. Like there's way more of it. And I'm sure if there's like a 3D, scale image of this, I'm sure if I could, like move around and see this in a 3D way, I'm sure I can get a better perspective. But at least just from this angle here, I mean, that's just kind of from what it looks like. I mean, it's not good no matter what, but so, I mean, it kind of gets you a better idea about how it kind of fucks your lungs up and shit, I guess. But that bottom right corner there, that shit looks like some alien shit, low-key, though. Looks like some weird, like, xenomorphic egg that's, like, forming or some shit. It's like, Jesus, what the fuck is that? Looks like some sort of, like, alien fungus or something, dude. It looks freaky. Ooh, I'm smoking a bowl. Which probably isn't really doing that much better for lung-wise and shit. I mean, I'd probably say better than this, but I'd say if it was mine, it'd probably be more the opposite. Maybe like some of the bottom airway passages would probably be a little phlegmed up. Made so many smaller ones. But, yeah. Yeah. freaky. But yeah, all in all, it does kind of seem like it does impact the blood vessels more so than the airways from the lung impact. Not good either way, because you're still not getting enough oxygen to when you breathe, because your lungs are fucked up. But it gets you a better idea about how it does that, though. Which is nice to know, I guess. Hopefully that can get medical research and development and, you know, doctors and, you know, researchers to, you know, further figure out a better way to potentially reverse some of that damage. With, you know, potential treatments. You know, knowing information like that. Because they'll be able to do, you know, like analyze and figure that shit out and know what to do with it far better than I would, you know, so I can always see and be like, oh, here we go, this is how it does it, okay. But they can be like, alright, this is how it does it, alright. Let's get some medicine, let's figure this shit out, let's do some research, boom. First we need money. And then Big Pharma will steal our fucking IPs and, you know, and our fucking, you know, research and sell for $1. Kind of curious what some of these comments say in it. This will likely have more effect flashing from one healthy lung to a COVID damaged lung, otherwise people just don't get the visual. I get it. Gain of function is simply awesome. Gain of function. I think they meant to say like gain of function or like or whatever. I don't know. Looks like a coral reef. Oh my god, these comments are so enlightening. This virus, the virus performed exactly how it was designed to do. Oh boy. Oh, man, so many different armchair doctors. Yellow's damaged, but how's that specifically due to COVID-19? It's, you know, what's the comorbidities and, you know, the pre-existing conditions, blah, blah. It's like, oh my fucking god. Oh, man, people are like... It's like, Jesus Christ. Like, does it... I mean, I guess it does kind of matter a little bit, but, I mean... Either way, it's still COVID lung damage. Like, what do you want? Like, what do you want? Like, oh my god. Are people seriously just fucking nitpicky? It's like, what, do you want, like, a picture of, like, a person who never smoked but got COVID, and then you want a picture of a lung from someone who did smoke got COVID, and just, like, go for the whole shebang? I guess that would be okay. Show you different ways, you know, with different people's, you know, conditions, you know, who have died, you know, of COVID, you know, and shit, so... I mean, I suppose in that way, but... It's like, but a lot of those comments are just implying, it's like, was it actually COVID, or are you just saying that? Is it actually a big deal, or you're just trying to, you know, it's like an implication that it's like, oh, it's not that big of a deal, it's just like the flu, and all this other bullshit. So, like, it's like, I can kind of tell where some of those comments are trying to imply, it's like, oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, at least the one comment being like, showing a healthy lung and then the damaged COVID lung would, you know, to show the difference would, you know, kind of get the idea, but it's like, I suppose, but at least for me, I can kind of understand. It's like, I kind of see that, like, yeah, all that yellow and very little red and some of the cyan blue just kind of being covered up by all the yellow, yeah, don't look good. I don't think you need to see the clean one to understand that's bad. Anyway, let's see what else is happening on here. Gordon Ramsay reacts to more TikTok compilations of Gordon food. In the thumbnail, is somebody having steak in a toaster? Don't tell me that's actually a video. Hold on. I just want to skim through it just to see if that's at. Oh, it's actually like the. Wait, hold on. Is it the first thing? Was it really? No. Actually, some of these are repeats. Now that I'm looking at some of these. That's not even possible. I know. I want to find it specifically. I'm trying to find it. I'm skimming. I'm looking at it, and actually, a lot of these are repeats, but from last time we were looking at these. Sometimes thumbnails will, you know, fucking lie. Oh my god, it actually is.
Doing toasters for bread, and right now if I had
How to cook a steak.
I'd stick them on your ears, you idiot. What are you doing? Toasters for bread, and right now if I had 2 slices, I'd stick them on your ears, you idiot.
For idiot sandwich. I can't believe why. You could get the same result in a fucking pan or a grill, man. Like, come on. Are we serious? What's wrong, people?
Red sauce.
And you just, like, fucking, like, just, like, drowned it. You just, like, waterboarded all that steak. You just waterboarded it in, like, sauce. Utterly waterboarded. Like, what? Oh my god. This is, no. Oh my god, and she was just like, yo, let me just, like, you know, just, like, take a fork and just rip it apart. I mean, look, I do that too, so, you know what, I'm not even gonna clap on that, but, I mean, you gotta do it when it's, like, some delicious dankness. Not, like, when it's that, like, ugh. What the fuck? Oh my god, I can't believe that actually. Wow. Well, at least the thumbnail of that video actually eventually had the video in there. That was thumbnailing it. So, I'll at least give it that. But honestly, there's no way that those steaks that were on that plate are the same ones in that fucking toaster, though. The toaster had thick-ass steaks, and the ones that were taken out were thin-cut. So those are totally different cuts of steak. So what happened to the fucking thick ones? What happened to those? It's like, here's how to cook a steak by attempting to get yourself killed. It's like, okay. Steakgate. I mean, no, seriously, though. Like, I mean, because there had to have been, like, what happened to those steaks? Bullshit. Yeah, I'm seeing random community post by Sabaton, actually. On Sunday, June 19th, will be the main headliner of Grass Pop Metal meeting. Huh. Where's that at? What does it say? Oh, it's in Belgium. God damn it. Why does all the cool metal fucking festivals have to be in Europe? So there's Iron Maiden, nice. Merciful Fate. I didn't remember. Judas Priest, Death Punch, Sabaton, Deep Purple, Deftones? Okay. Skillet, Alice Cooper, Deep Purple, The Offspring, Megadeth, Within Temptation, Avenged Sevenfold, Mastodon, Powerwolf. Alright. I mean, there's actually some not too bad bands in here. Deftones seems odd. Ailstorm? Oh, nice. And there's a bunch of other ones that are kind of named, but I can't really see them. But I recognize a lot of these band logos, though, for their names. So it looks like there's 4 days, and Iron Maiden's for the first day, the main headliner. Sabaton's the main headliner for the last day. Judas Priest, Korn, and Death Punch are the headliner for the 3rd day. Ooh, Foreigner, Opeth, Shinedown, that day too. Ben Sevenfold, Within Temptation, White Snake, Megadeth, and Day to Remember. I can't even read that one. I think it says Bullet. Is that Bullet for My Valentine? Oh my god. And two other bands I can't really see, but that's the second day and the first day, so yeah, like I say, man, the drop KKK Murphys? Is that actually a thing? Hold on, what? Is Drop KKK? It's... Or is that just like the Dropkick Murphys, just with a weird-ass fucking, like, logo? Hold on, let me look at it again. Oh, no, it is the Dropkick Murphys. I had to look at it again for a second time. The I and the C straight up look like a K, but take another look. Okay, Dropkick Murphys are going to this too. Oh, damn, alright. Suicidal tendencies as well. There's actually some good fucking bands actually in this. Zukov. Zukov. What are you doing? Oh no, is it raining? Oh dude, it's raining out there. Oh man, you're so soaking wet. Hey, no, get down. I don't want you. Ah. I'm closing that door on you. Wet dog. You're all wet. Ugh. Anyway, it's in Belgium, but where is it specifically? Dessel, Belgium. Fucking lucky ass Belgians. Man, why can't we get some badass music festivals like that? I mean, we got the Blues Fest, but I'm waiting for the days Zukov's steal an entire salmon. Well, if I make and cook some salmon and I happen to leave it abandoned for a minute, I've learned my lesson with that burrito incident, okay? I'm not doing that again. I could tell he's a mischievous little snake, though, sometimes. Because I'll be, like, going to bed and I'll, like, you know, be kind of getting some of my stuff into my room. Oh, salami. I mean, some of the ingredients in there, like, have, you know, like, garlic and onion. Like, there's stuff in there that are actually legit not good for them. So I wouldn't be straight up giving him salami. Do not fucking put your paw on me. Bring salami over? Nah, yeah, probably. But it's not, they're not necessarily good for him though, so probably refrain from doing that. No one gets distracted by Vito. Sukov grabs salami from Logan's bag while he's not looking. Ooh, what's this? Hassan reacts to anti-masker versus librarian. Oh, dude, who fucks with librarians, man? What?
As an anti-masker films himself throwing a tantrum.
Oh my god. Yo, Hassan, I saw like some video a while back with you in this drip. But bro, what the fuck are you wearing? Like, what is this like, yo, I'm a 70s porn star drip? Like, fam, what, like, really, we get, like, there needs to be an analysis on that shirt. Like, straight up. Whoa!
Holds her ground as an anti-masker films himself throwing a tantrum after being asked to wear a mask. Oh, not libertarian, librarian. I was like, what? Libertarian? Doesn't look like a libertarian.
Doesn't look like a libertarian to me.
Broken brain, dude, okay? I don't even know. I don't know how to read.
Let me sign up. No, this is your choice to do this. This is serious. I'm here with my daughter. We just want to use the library that we have the right to use. and you guys won't let us do this because I'm not putting a mask on.
Because it's a fucking public building, and that depends on the state if they have mask mandates, which I guarantee you they do in that fucking state of yours, so shut up, dingbat.
He sounds like he's about to cry, dude. Anti-masker when facing literally the final boss.
About to cry. Just some casual lady just chilling.
Okay.
Like, excuse me, you need to leave.
Thankless
Just
job.
leave,
Okay. They're working
please.
in a field or area that is just non-existent now. Libraries are fucking sick.
Took off.
Even though they smell kind of weird. Always been a fan. Big fan of libraries. Very cool. But if you're gonna lose it at the sight of this wonderful lady, this little old lady.
This little old lady.
Very nice. The queen. Like an actual queen. I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Yeah, but you can make the personal choice to say it's not a big deal. I mean, I see you have 2 masks.
Okay, I'm in favor of arming librarians. Thank you, Shuka, for the 5-1 gift subs. I think librarians should have...
Wait, did Zukov actually give 2 subs? Zukov, what are you doing? You have a Twitch account? What the fuck? Hey, can I use that, fam?
in to bother them, they can just...
And also, like, I just heard, like, the dude saying, it's like, I see you have 2 masks. It's like, yeah, because you've heard of Omicron dipshit?
Lady should be allowed legally, you know, in my perfect world.
Arm all librarians with 22s.
I would allow librarians to vaporize motherfuckers, okay? Just laser them.
Yeah, just let them have Gauss rifles. Fuck that. Nah, fuck 22s. Just let them have, like, literal, like, fully automatic Gauss rifles.
So you clearly think...
It's only, you know, it's only understandable. Just imagine a sweet little old lady with just an automatic Gauss cannon or some shit, just going...
No, you don't. You're making the...
You know, like, utterly obliterate you with a Gauss cannon. It's like, oh my goodness. Oh, did I have a hiccup? Might have had a hiccup. But anyway, it's just like, I love how this dude basically is just like, oh, you know, it's just like, you have the personal choice, not make it a big deal. It's like, in the world where she has the Gauss cannon, it's like, well, I have the personal choice to vaporize you. Just like, utter vaporization of just Gauss rifle. Ugh.
Your anxiety.
Arm all librarians with Gauss rifles. YouTube, that's a joke.
You're just following orders, and that's the problem. That's the problem with all of this. You really ought to think about that. It's a shame. It's a shame.
I'm sending $200 million of lethal aid to the public libraries immediately. That's right.
Seriously.
I just want to take a look.
Can I help you?
Oh my god.
Dude, we are white nationalists, and we're going around hoping to talk to people about...
Wow. They're just going out of the way to solicit. It's like, hi, we're a white nationalist, and we're trying to sell you on the great graces of white supremacy. Like, what the hell? What is this? Oh my god, this is in Alabama. Cassetta, Alabama. Oh my god, of course it's in Alabama. We need to get our boy Venom the fuck out of Alabama. Like, seriously. Like, we need to, like... I low-key honestly want to, like, plot that. Like, I'm like half kidding, but half not. Like, seriously. Like, we need to, like, wall off Alabama, get all the good guys out there, get all the good ones out, wall off Alabama, and figure out what the fuck is going on with Alabama.
Say you're a white nationalist?
We're not interested, thank you.
Do you think we can...
Oh, man. If motherfuckers like this straight up came to my door, like... I don't even know what I would do, to be honest. I would not be saying I'm not interested, thank you. I know that much. Zukov, get the Zukov. Lay down. Sit. Sit. Lay down. Jeez. I mean, it's just like, what the fuck? Honestly, I'd probably just, you know, do the whole, like, you know, it's like, well, just like you white supremacists, you know, always like to advocate, why don't you just come back from whence you came, just open the door and just, it's like, just go back where you came. Just come back from whence you came. You know, and that's it. Just kind of start walking to the edge of property and just, bloop, stop right there. It's like, go back from where you came from. Go back from where you came from. You're kind of welcome here. Fuck you. They'd probably, you know, just like, you know, they'd probably, you know, take a note to avoid that house next time.
What the fuck? Motherfucker actually thinks he can debate his way into, like, getting people to believe in white nationalist principles, which is crazy. That only works on the internet against STEM lords who also are already, like, fucking fed with a healthy diet of white supremacist propaganda, okay?
I'll straight to put that motherfucker in his cage right now, I swear to God.
Him has to say.
Make no mistake, he was chosen because he is a corpse. And because he's a company man.
A corpse.
And he's going to go in there and they're going to keep the same policies and the same attitude that created Trump. That type of empire at all costs, fuck the people mentality. Politics is Beyonce shaking her ass and having a trans.
I mean, you're right about, like, the whole thing about creating Trump first place, but the weird things you're saying aren't it. It's the fucking, you know, I guess the whole fuck the people thing, yeah, but it's because of the fucking owner class and the corporate class that own everything. That are continuing to play everyone like goddamn fiddle as they make more money and rake into the cash. So, I mean, there's, like... it's like, yeah and no. I don't know who this dude is, but it's like, yes and no, buddy.
That level of commitment to the American people, workers can fuck off, people that have families can fuck off, you know, but if you want to jet around to Little St. James, you'll have the best legal defense possible, but politics being primarily the color of the superhero has not worked. And that's what it is. Biden was chosen because he's a corporate, no mistake.
He's right. I mean, he's 100% right. I mean, I've said this exact same shit word for word. Obviously, a lot of people immediately look to Tim Dillon and go, well, you know, he's potentially transphobic. I don't know if he is or not, but it wouldn't surprise me. So that's the reason why you're like, oh, he's just talking about that. Because, like, except the trans shit is gross. No, like, it's the same exact fucking things I say all the time. What do you mean? Like, trans Batman is just aesthetic progress for liberals, okay? It makes liberals feel better about themselves. That's it. Like, it's not...
I mean, that is actually true.
Actually,
I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, who cares? Like, there could be a trans Batman for all I care, and I'd be fine with it, as long as the shit's actually good. But, I mean, fundamentally, to the root of it, that's what it is. Like, because it doesn't actually do any progress when it comes to trans issues or trans rights, aside from, like, hey, we just, you know, we're putting in things now. It's like, well, what about actual trans people and their actual needs? Like, just, you know, putting their face on everything, you know, and shit doesn't necessarily help. I mean, it does when it comes to normalizing them, but to actually, like, implement things that actually help them is a different thing. You know, so it's like, it's pretty much like, hey, I'm doing something while basically doing the bare minimal possible of doing that. It's like, hey, I'm an advocate for trans rights. Look, trans Batman. It's like, okay, yeah, like, you're for the progress, but you really aren't. It's like, yeah, sure, bud. But honestly, this is what makes, you know, a lot of, you know, these things look bad, you know, or look shitty, you know, to a lot of other people, you know, because they get turned off to it, because, like, oh, it's just this, you know, they're just trying to make, you know, trans Batman and, you know, the M&Ms and this, whatever the fuck, you know, it's like, just some stupid bullshit, and exacerbates more of this culture war nonsense, because fundamentally it is all nonsense. But, you know, but at the same time, you know, it gets exacerbated because, you know, of the commodification of a lot of legitimate social justice advocacy and shit. I mean, because there is legitimate merit, you know, when it comes to, you know, normalizing an advocation of trans rights and shit, and, you know, but commodifying Batman into, like, you know, where there's, like, a trans Batman now or some shit, you know, is one of the comic books is not it, chief. It ain't. Like, I mean, there's a plethora of various different ways that are, like, 1,000 times fundamentally more significant in helping than that, just straight up. Like, just honestly.
To say that it's not a substitute for public policy, it's just a simple distraction. Wait, what is this? Instead of calling me fat,
A trans Batman,
conversion
like half man, half bat. Well, no, like a woman who transitioned as a trans man, but is also Batman. So instead of, you know, Bruce Wayne, it would basically be like, you know, there would be, you know, Bruce Wayne was before Bruce was like, you know, like Camilla or some shit. I don't know. You know, like, I mean, or Pamela. I don't, you know, I'm just thinking of some random, like, rich fuck name. But, like, you know, it's something like that. And, like, get your paws off me. You're soaking wet, you fuck. Bruh. Is that hilarious or base? I mean, I guess a little bit of both. I mean, because all of it is kind of a distraction. And honestly, at the end of the day, I don't really care. But if done right, or if done in a way that's kind of cool, I mean, so what? You know, like, I mean, it doesn't, you know, it's like whatever, you know? It's like, I mean, to me, it's not a big deal. But, I mean, when it comes to at least the whole issue, when it comes to, like, culture war stuff, or, like, social justice, or, like, you know, the political paradigm and the atmosphere of that, I mean, it, you know, it is kind of a, not necessarily a big deal, but it is kind of a deal to, you know, address a little bit. I mean, when it comes to it just culturally, I mean, whatever, it's not a big deal. But, you know, it can't be commodified, you know, into this shit where it just looks like a turnoff into everyone else who, you know, for all intents and purposes might, you know, be okay with it. But, you know, when they see it and they see, like, oh, they're just trying to make our superheroes black or make our, you know, superheroes trans or this or that or whatever the fuck, you know, then, I mean, and they don't know anything about this shit, you know, from the get-go except that, then, yeah, they're gonna get turned off. I mean, you know, is it, you know, the fault of the, you know, social justice element of stuff? Not, you know, not really. It's the commodification of it. I mean, you know, it's like, instead of actually, you know, doing some merit to do some, you know, actual advocacy and push, you know, where people can get educated and, you know, better informed and, you know, and actual, like, policies that uplift trans people and shit. It's just like, here, we're gonna just kind of, you know, throw you as, like, a little label for things. I mean, it's like, I mean, honestly, if anything, that type of shit kind of makes a mockery of trans people in my mind a little bit to some extent. Or it's like, hey, you know, you're expendable as, like, a little commodity chip. While you all still kind of have to suffer and deal with hate crimes still and, you know, get fucking bullied and marginalized and all that shit still, you know? But, hey, we're doing the bare minimal. It's like, it's more of a mockery in my mind more than anything. It's like, oh, wow. Just seen as a kind of a expendable chip more than, like, you know, people to actually uplift. Like, okay. So call me fat, so is it? It's for conversion therapy or not?
Here's a tweet his daughter cowardly erased that he retweeted. It's remarkable that Jordan, after asking me for specific examples of things he said, pushed me away. He's resorted to call me fat instead of engaging in valid opinions I raised. Family of cowards. If you're dealing with anxiety or frustration, Ethan, lowering the amount of carbs you're eating can increase emotional stability like crazy. It's also pretty good for...
So what? Oh my god, dude. The Petersonites, bro.
Smile. Speaking from personal experience. Based? Yeah, it's based on you having 0 bitches. That's funny.
Oh my god, I want to find that and save it.
Good job to Bernardo. Good job, Bernardo.
I like it.
Of course he follows me, bro. Any dummy that...
What is with his fucking shirt, though? Honestly. Man, I love these weird-ass, like, just Jordan Peterson's weirdness. Like, honestly, that dude's just straight up kind of, like, unhinged and kind of psychotic, where he, like, where he was just like, there's no such thing as climate. Like, I straight up heard him, like, he said that. No, hold on, let me even see if I can find that. Where it's just like, huh? Let me see. Yeah, here it is. I already found it, okay. Actually, I might have seen it on stream, but
Okay, has anyone seen this? First and foremost, I just have to comment on the fact that somebody put Jordan Peterson in a little tuxedo. Is this not the most adorable thing you've ever seen? Who did this? Who put him in a tuxedo?
he's about to go to some wedding after this or something.
You're in a full tuxedo to go on the Joe Rogan podcast. What's going on here? Bad Stat says, holy moly, I don't think I can do this. First words out of Peterson's mouth in the Joe Rogan interview are complete self-parody. I can't even dunk on it. I did
A base transrating, true.
and I still am confused as to what he's trying to say. I genuinely don't know what he's trying to say.
Or out. The climate change one is a weird one, so that
well,
one.
that's because there's no such thing as climate, right?
Told ya.
Got him. You libs think that you are concerned about.
There's no such thing as climate. Is Jordan Peterson going to object to the amount of weed on Joe Rogan's show? He's in Houston, so he's not, a weed connoisseur anymore. He's more of an enlightened one at this point. He drinks whiskey now.
Climate. Owned.
And he drinks whiskey ivermectin elixirs.
Epically pwned. I don't know what to say. This is not an argument. What are you...
honestly, when you got a dude who basically tries to, make himself out to be like some smart intellectual or some shit, but it's like, I find that hard to believe. Well, I'm kind of not being that serious. Like, I guarantee he still smokes weed. But, anyway, but when it comes to, Jordan Peterson, if anyone, really, it's like I have to just show him this clip, because if there's anyone that still has to, take some half-assedly seriously, but especially with his credential being, some intellectual or smart guy, but it's like, climate doesn't exist. There's no such thing as climate. It literally is just like an insult and a slap in the face of just objective reality. It just literally is. It's like, do you not know what, you live on a planet called Earth. Earth has things that are called climates. And those climates change over the course of various, different periods of time. So it's like, do you need to, go back to literally basic science 101? Elementary school level shit? I think honestly, it's like when he was in Russia having a coma for his fucking drug addiction and shit, I think, when he was in a coma, the Russians, sucked some of his brain out. They sucked just a little bit, about, 30% of that brain, just sucked right out. Earth? I thought I was playing Balzac. Balzac. Yep. Exactly.
This is so vapid and nonsensical.
There's not even a reason to try to, rebuke it. There's nothing but just reason to insult it. Honestly, should we fucking, I should send this in the group chat, because, low-key, I have to be like, yo, Logan, if you, do you really still take Jordan Peterson seriously, even after this, when he's saying literally nonsensical gibberish?
There's no such thing as climate change. Why don't we...
And Joe Rogan's just nodding his literal troglodyte Neanderthalic fucking head to it. Come on.
Uno reverse card for every single other issue with respect to things conservatives bring up. Oh, you're worried about the border? There is no border. It doesn't exist. Because a border really is an invisible line. And invisible lines are imaginary. They only exist in our head. I should be doing the Kermit the Frog voice. A border is an invisible line.
Well, you see, Mike, people say we have a border crisis here at the southern border. But in reality, if you actually look at it on a meta level of the physical, there's actually a lot of imagination that comes into the borders. If you actually are there at the border, do you see a border? Do you see a line in the sand? No, there is none. So how can there be a border if there's... It's like, oh my god. Based open borders Jordan Peterson?
Good, Jordan Peterson, but you see, the thing about borders is that borders are imaginary. That's not Jordan Peterson
I'll shut up and move on.
Libs Owned. I know, right?
Everything are the same word. And that's what bothers me about the climate change types. It's like
the climate change types, people who are concerned
the climate
about
change
the
types.
The planet, is that who you mean, Jordan Peterson? What does that even mean? You fucking clown with your dumbass tuxedo.
The climate change types, like the Greta Thunbergs.
Okay, we're gonna do a quick poll.
And Al Gore's.
Let me know who has the worst voice, me or Jordan Peterson. Type 1 for Jordan Peterson, type 2 for me.
Jordan Peterson.
I would actually type 2 against myself. I think that my voice, unironically, is worse than his, but his voice is annoying. So 1 for Jordan Peterson, worst voice, 2 for me, worst voice.
I'm doing 1 for him.
You can be truthful.
I'm being truthful, fuck you.
Seeing some ones. Not a single 2 yet.
Exactly.
Okay. I appreciate this. Thank you all so much. 2. Okay, we've got 1, 2. Mods, ban him. Oh, now you're just trolling. You're just trolling. Fuck you. Mostly 1s. The 1s have it. So Jordan Peterson, confirmed, has a worse voice than me. I would agree.
Hopefully Kyle's fire attorney on Jordan Peterson by the end of this Ted Cruz bullshit. I didn't see that entirely, but I saw the video title for it. We'll check it out after this. I'll watch it.
I said I would vote for myself.
I mean, honestly, because I didn't really think I was going to start getting into Jordan Peterson in the stream. I was kind of hoping to maybe avoid it. But, you know, here we are. So I might as well check that out after this in a second.
Don't say stupid things like him. So when you add the bad voice with the stupidity, I think it makes for a more lethal combination.
Lethal combination.
I don't like Kermit the Frog's voice. Kermit the Frog sounds like a beta male cuck. So that's probably why I don't like Jordan Peterson's voice. But let's go ahead and let him finish whatever the fuck he's trying to say here.
This is something that bothers me about it. Technically. It's like technically. Climate is about everything. So, okay. But your models aren't based on everything.
Excuse me?
What? What does that even mean? Your models are not based on everything or anything. It's like, yeah, they literally are. Oh my god, yeah, yes, they are. Like, models are, oh my god, like, the models are based off of the, like, different things that they are, you know, being collected on when it comes to the data that is used for said fucking models. Like, oh my god. Like, it doesn't literally mean everything, but that means that when collected all together, you can make a bigger model and bigger amalgamation of data to make a bigger picture of the climate. Like, what? The fuck is this? Translations. Your models didn't account for the money I got from Big Oil. Because I really want to make sure that, you know, the shale oil and some of that Russian Arctic oil gets, you know, drilled even further. I had a little bit of change of heart when I was in Russia. And also my brain got sucked up over there, too.
What that even means.
Hey.
Well, the climate is about everything. Is it, though? Are you a climatologist? Do you know anything about this? I know that he has a PhD, so he has the doctor title, but I don't think this motherfucker spent a day of his life even researching for a second anything to do with climate change. Does he know that there's a difference between climate and weather? Is he one of those people who goes outside when it's snowing and he's like, oh, it's snowing, global warming? Disproven. He's got to be one of those
Owned.
people.
He is. Honestly, like, my dad's, like, kind of like that a little bit. He's kind of one of these people. And I'm always saying kind of because he legit, like, he'll talk about, oh, you know, I thought weather was bad, you know, now. It's like, you should see back in my day. It's like, oh my fucking god. Like, he likes to pontificate about the weather and shit, you know, or, like, you know, really just in general about, like, his time of back in the day. I mean, just a random little side tangent, but he also likes to pontificate, like, oh, you know, back, you know, when you didn't have to be so politically incorrect. It's like, he says that like it's like some badge of honor. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you're saying this to a dude who does not, like, agree or give a shit. Like, you wearing a badge of honor is like, you know, looking at a pile of shit that you took and being like, damn, I'm proud of it. Well, I guess there's understandably proud of that. But, like, I mean, but, like, yeah, but literally sitting on it for, like, years. Like, you're so proud you just preserved it. Now you're just like, yep, proud of that one. It's like, okay, look, I can guarantee, I can understand being proud in the moment, being like, yeah, that was nice, or whatever. Maybe even for the day. But, bruh, you know, it's like, come on, move on. Get over it. Like, it's like, it's like, it's beyond from, it's like, it's just become a new entity. Like, it's just, it's not even describable anymore. It's like a new entity of, like, fuzz, fungus, mold amalgamation, and, like, whatever matter used to be left. Like, that's just, it's another entity on its own now. It's like, dude, just get over it, move on. It's like, it's nothing to be proud of anymore.
That might be too complex of an argument for this baby brain. Set number of variables.
Yeah.
So that means you've reduced the variables, which are everything, to
Sick
that
up.
set. Well, how did you decide which set of variables to include in the equation if it's about... What is he... This is so stupid. Holy shit, he's just saying words. Like, what's the point? Okay, we have words that you're putting together. What's the point of them?
Well, you see, if you're doing a large N study, or if you're doing a meta-analysis, and perhaps you're doing a quantitative over a qualitative study, then that just means that, you know, you're not doing the correct thing if you don't have the perfect variable.
What are you even saying, you dumb bitch?
Dumb bitch.
And I've got to point out, isn't it
Turns
the
out
case
Pittman
that
gives
this
some
guy
good head.
dodged Kyle and Crystal's show because he said that he was doing
Yes, Transcended Turd is now Taco Bell. Oh, God.
sort of a tour, but yet he's spending 4.5 hours on Joe Rogan. If you really didn't have time to do Kyle and Crystal, don't you not have time to do Joe Rogan as well?
Yeah, by the way, he literally was just like, yo, I'm not going to go on Crystal and Kyle's, like, podcast, but I'll go on Joe Rogan for hours on end. It's just like, and the reason he didn't go on Crystal and Kyle's show is because it's like, hey, well, hey, I can't fill up the time, I'm too busy at the moment. I'm too busy just pandering nonsense, and I don't want clapback, and I don't want challenging questions hit me.
It's just a criticism. That's like, if it's about everything, your models aren't right. If it's about everything, your models aren't right. You're not even making a cogent argument.
I'm glad that fucker didn't get the left-wing coverage. I mean, yeah, seriously. I mean, honestly, like, if your models are based on everything, then it's improper coverage. Like, that, no, that, like, also, that literally is. Like, if it's about climate, like, all the variables and every variable that is involved when it comes to, like, the weather and climate temperatures and all these different things matter. Like, they all do. So, it's literally just gobbledygook. This is just random nonsense that is pontificated into some weird pseudo-intellectual jargon. I mean, it's just like, how in the fuck I'm honestly shocked that there are people that, aside from weird, like, impression right-wing dipshits, like, I'm surprised anyone outside that group does take him seriously and, like, it's like, I guess he has some points here and there. I mean, I fell for that, like, years ago, but that was years ago. Until I realized more and more he was legit just like a fucking literal, like, phony, like, contradictory and hypocritical dipshit. And also, he's so fucking weird when he cries literally all the fucking time about shit. Like, he'll be talking about something that just is barely worth that much emotion, and he'll literally, like, cry in the middle of talking about it. It's like, what are you doing? You're so fucking weird.
Joe Rogan nodding and clapping along like a fucking seal. Who listens to
Hey, that's a disrespect to seals.
Your models do not and cannot model everything.
What do you mean by everything when you say hard to...
Oh, wow.
Oh yes, what do you mean by everything? Yes, let me pontificate your nonsense and bullshit further because I'm a very big brain Neanderthalic chimp. Yes.
It's like, fuck you, you dumb shit. Dumb bitch. Bunch of fucking Neanderthal dumb bitch chimps. Like, goddamn. Here, let me go find a... Oh my... Is he in there? Yeah, there he is. Here, let's see the, whatchamacallit. Where is it? Is it in here? You're in here. I know you are. There it is. I want to see what's
something the other day.
You're louder.
Is,
Is Dave Rubin,
So he said this.
Dave Rubin LARPing as an intellectual?
Talked to Senator Ted Cruz's key investors, in parentheses, not donors, yesterday in Fort Worth, suggested that Republicans could offer young people the sustaining meaning of responsibility, among other better stories.
Jordan Peterson is supposedly talking to fucking Ted Cruz and saying he's talked to his key investors, not donors, by the way. He's like, yo, hey, I'm talking to some key investors for Ted Cruz who are definitely not his donors, by the way. Please, let me just emphasize they're not donors. They're not literal bribes and lobbyists. I'm like, oh my god, what a fucking worthless little grifting snake bitch. Should we show this one too? Should we just like bombard the group chat with 2 different videos? Because I want to do it. I so badly want to do it. Should we do it tomorrow? I'm gonna do it tomorrow.
The left investor retreat, truth and courage pack.
I'll just do it tonight, because then he'll wake up and see those and be like, oh.
Hilarious that Ted Cruz calls his pack the Truth and Courage pack. Truth and courage. Ted Cruz. This is the guy who colossally cupped himself to Donald Trump after Donald Trump said his dad killed JFK and he wouldn't spill the beans on his wife, basically calling Cruz's wife ugly. And then Cruz was asked by the media, okay, but will you support him if he's the nominee? And Cruz wouldn't answer and said, I'm going to be the nominee. I'm Ted Cruz. And then, of course, after going to the RNC and saying, like, vote your conscience, he then phone banked for Donald Trump after his donors say, hey, who do you work for? You work for us. You better go do what we want you to do. So there's a famous picture of him sitting there with his cucked face, phone banging.
The Ted Cruz is literally just the definition of a fucking beta cuck bitch. Like, I mean, really. I mean, he's, like, especially in politics. I mean, not even Jeb Please Clap Bush is cucked that hard. I mean, even in his family cucks him. But so is Ted Cruz's family.
In the debates.
Like, they were just all like, hey, go back to Texas, but we're going to stay here and use your money to, you know, languish out in Cancun while you have to go out there and suffer in the cold in Texas. Because people got mad at you. Yeah, they got mad at us, but more specifically you. So, go back over there while we go sip on mimosas.
Things to say about this. Nobody is less truthful and less courageous
than
Ted Cruz. I love how the fact that Peterson
Would you
says
stop?
key investors, not donors.
You're being a little
What are you
turd
talking about?
tonight.
What's the difference? Key investors. Was he starting some sort of private company? You're investing in the private company, and by the way, you don't think that would affect how he legislates? Of course, it would affect how he legislates. By the way, Ted Cruz right now is involved in a case that's working its way through the court system. It may even be going to the Supreme Court. I don't remember what I read about that. I may have read that. But the case is, he wants even more money in politics. He wants even more money in politics.
Go figure.
So the idea
But so does the rest of the entire system.
You know,
He's not necessarily unique on that.
So in other words, Peterson's trying to be like, look, it's not corrupt. It's not corrupt. Ted Cruz is one of the most corrupt politicians that there is. This is a guy who...
Which shows how fucking, like, quote, real Jordan Peterson actually is. Which, he's about as real as fucking, like, one of those, like, plastic Hasbro fucking, like, kitchen sets. Like, I mean, he's about as real as that. It's like, yeah, okay. It's just like, Jesus Christ, what a fucking worm. Like, when you are associated with the likes of Ted Cruz, you're a worm. Just straight up. It's, I mean, not even like an alpha worm, like, you know, or whatever, but like a beta-ass little bitch boy worm. Not even like a mischievous ass little snake of a worm, but just like a little slimy-ass little slug worm. A little beta-ass little, like, bitch boy slug worm, just all slamming around, slurking around at, like, so 1 mile a day. Like, ugh. Gross.
Argued that if a billionaire is donating to a politician, they have free speech rights to do it. So if a billionaire wants to give millions
By the
of
way, I'm not making that noise again. That noise even made me uncomfortable.
dollars to a politician,
Oh, God.
Cruz says there's nothing wrong with that at all. Not only is that not corruption, that's not even the appearance of corruption, that's just First Amendment protected free speech. It most certainly is not free speech. It most certainly is corruption and bribery.
Well, hey, money talks. So thus, it's free speech.
One of the most corrupt people there is. So anyway,
You ever heard of the lingo money walks and bullshit, money talks and bullshit walks? Well, hey, because money is indeed speech. What do you think it means? Owned, lib.
That's by saying that is hilarious. Like, no, this is one of the most odious politicians in the country, and you're beating up with him now. But there's a more important point. The more important point is, Peterson's talking to Cruz about we need to teach young people the sustaining meaning of responsibility, among other better stories. So it does.
Yeah, like what? Weird conservatives jargon. And obvious, like, sexual oppression bullshit. Transphobic, homophobic nonsense, too, to boot. Like, all sorts of other shit. Like, I mean, it's Ted Cruz. I mean, come on. Like, we need to get Logan broken away from the Jordan Peterson cycle, dude. We need to get him we need to get him off of the fucking arc. We need to get him off the JP arc, dude. Like, at this point, like, I already, like, it's, you know, as far as I'm concerned, Jordan Peterson, it's already said and done. But, you know, like, the more, like, I need to, like, honestly have more of these clips on deck. Just because of our boy. It's like, we gotta get him off the arc. Eventually, like, next, like, I don't want to be the guy and be the dick to be, like, antagonistic about it, but, like, I kind of really low-key want to, like, flop out this shit. Like, the climate change one and this one. Because, like, bruh. Like, do you really, like, dude. Because for some reason, he thinks I don't like him or Joe Rogan because they're anti-trans, which is, like, that's part of it, but that's not all of it. And also, that's just kind of a weird little quip at, like, that's kind of a weird little, like, quip, too, by the way. You just don't like them because they're anti-trans. It's like, huh? Like, I won't like them because of their fucking ideas regardless.
How Jordan Peterson's obsessed with narratives and stories, and you know, you gotta look at yourself as the hero in the story and try.
I mean, it's like if they happen to be pro-trans, like, okay, then it's like it'd be an issue I'd agree with them on, but they aren't, so I don't. And they're usually pretty dumb with their other ideas anyway.
Stand up with your back straight and clean your room and all this stuff. The narrative thing is classic Jordan Peterson, obsessed with stories, but telling Ted Cruz that you need to sell personal responsibility. Hey, Jordan, that's not the job of a politician. The job of a politician is to legislate on behalf of the people and represent the voters. So, in other words, if the voters say, hey, Ted Cruz...
I mean, honestly, Jordan Peterson doesn't give a shit about this type of stuff.
Like,
let's be honest.
Wage out here, please. We work full-time and don't make enough money to survive.
Could
you help us out on that? That's Ted Cruz's job. Ted Cruz's job is... Hey man, we have 45,000 people dying every year because they don't have basic health care.
It's probably more than that because of the pandemic, but yeah.
Get some universal health coverage, please? That's his job. His job is to make laws and legislate the will of the people in what's supposed to be a constitutional republic and a representative democracy. This is just a total category error.
I sent the one GP climate thing. Logan never responded, only Melty did. I don't think Logan's up right now. He's probably asleep. We'll probably see it in the morning. I'm literally not surprised Melty did, and I'm sure his response is probably, well, of Melty nature.
What politicians do
when they stress.
I mean, it's like sometimes I look at his comments. I'm like, man, I'm a radical bastard, but geez, bro. No, it's like a week ago. Oh. Well, I think that climate video was probably from 5 days, so maybe, I don't know, maybe it might have been the same one. I'll definitely, you know, do it tonight, though.
Is them dodging their own personal responsibility to do their job as a politician properly, to implement laws for the people. So he's, ironically, he would be dodging his own personal responsibility if he just goes out there and lectures people about personal responsibility. Look, guys, don't get it twisted. I have a guilty pleasure. My guilty pleasure is I love the motivational speaking stuff. I do. I love the self-help.
Ew. I'm sorry, Kyle, but ew. I mean, I guess I can't really bitch too hard, because honestly, one of my guilty pleasures is listening to random people online pontificate and philosophize and shit. So I like listening to streams like TJ Does Life and like Audiology, because they usually do that often. Especially when they end, like, TJ and Paul talk to each other. Streams where those two are back and forth in it are pretty awesome. But nonetheless, it's just like, I mean, they're not the only ones either, but sometimes I'll look at, like, you know, some, you know, thing, like, you know, between, like, two scientists, so I'm talking about, like, you know, about, you know, evolution or futurism, or anarcho-primitists like Derek Jensen, you know, so, like, you know, I listen to different people and shit, just to kind of listen, pontificate. Usually, you know, while I'm, like, doing other things or going to bed or something like that, kind of let my brain kind of think about those things in my head, and eventually those ideas probably pop in my head later down the line. But, like, self-help stuff, Kyle, self-help, motivational shit, I mean, come on, bro. I mean, I guess, like, the whole, like, labor stuff that I'm into is kind of like a motivational, more, like, collective help thing, I guess, but at least there's, like, some real-world merit for it.
And get your ass out of bed. Go do the things that you gotta do. Here are the reasons why that's a good idea. I like that stuff probably even more than the next guy. Sometimes I like corny and cheesy-ass quotes more than the next guy. So I have nothing against that at all. In fact, I think there's this vacuum on the left where nobody gives you that stuff while also making leftist arguments in terms of public policy. Like, I want the left to be sufficient in the art of personal improvement, while also not abandoning the commitment to the community and better public policy. So
I don't think the left is so necessarily. I mean, I guess I don't necessarily disagree, but I mean, I don't think the left is necessarily, like, not doing that. I think they just have a different approach about that. You know, so they don't take it from this whole, like, ooh, I'm a self-help guru, you know, whatever the fuck. They just are more straightforward and offer, I guess, more of a materialistic advice element instead of just, you know, flowery pontificating, like, you know, motivational word speak, you know, and shit. Because at least for me, like, I mean, I guess I'm not really against, like, just self-help inherently. Like, I mean, it's you know, not a bad thing. Because, I mean, like, I'll do it sometimes here and shit, like, every now and then. You know, I've done it before, so, I mean, but it's not, like, something I'm, you know, gonna try to, like, push as a thing all the time, but, so every now and then, but, yeah, it's merited, you know, it's like, cause, yeah, like, it's good to get a little motivational speech about, like, you know, just kind of course and status of things. I mean, because, yeah, I mean, we could use some motivation to, you know, deal with shit, you know, as it stands right now with this fucked up timeline. So, I mean, you know, it's like, you know, I'm not against it, but, like, the weird self-help guru element shit about it, where it's just like, yeah, you need to clean up your broom buckle and do this and that, blah, blah, blah. You need to, you know, like, put yourself in this, like, type of, you know, like, box, you know, and, you know, to, like, you know, form in. It's like, no, that's not, like, that's just fucking, if anything, that can, like, you know, make you feel more insecure, more worse off in some ways. Like, maybe in some elements, like the clean your room bucko thing, but, like, or just ridiculous, stupid shit, like, you need to keep your back straight and blah, 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 and just, like, keep people insecure about really just meaningless shit like that. It's like, I mean, it's like, that's where it gets me. It's like, okay, I don't need to it's like, oh, keep your back straight. It's like, yeah, sure, okay, whatever. Like, I guess it's not a bad thing, especially, you know, make sure your back's all good or whatever, but, like, I mean, out of all the things, you know, that, you know, could be self-improved, I think having, you know, a little hunch or whatever the fuck is the least of the concerns.
Strongly. What I do not support is corrupt Republican politicians or Democratic politicians lecturing people about personal responsibility as they destroy the country because they represent their donors, they represent billionaires, they represent corporations. As the
honestly, what is with this fucking personal responsibility shit? It's been like all over the place. It's like this fucking pandemic just isolated so much, you know, from people where it's like, oh, it's your problem, including, you know, so much like, is that like some of the element of what the pandemic's done? It's like, I got my problems, you got yours. It's your responsibility to deal with your shit, you know, mentality. But just taken to the extreme now. I mean, just, if maybe, honestly, I'm thinking that's probably what it is. Like, I think the pandemic has kind of, like, shifted, you know, people to have more of this, like, personal responsibility mentality. And then totally also, like, fucking manipulate, misconstrue it, too. Because it's like, you know, like, because when I, you know, see these dipshits who are like, personal responsibility over, like, the most stupid shit, like, oh, you're homeless, or, oh, your healthcare's fucked up, or you got lead in your water, or whatever the hell. It's like, personal responsibility, blah, blah, blah. It's like, that's not what the whole personal responsibility should be about, dipshit. I mean, personal responsibility should be more about, like, hey, you know, make sure you drink, you know, in moderation, or, like, you know, don't, you know, like, you know, make sure that you're careful with, you know, fragile things, you know, like a bong, for example. Don't, like, just be careless, you know, something like that, or whatever the fuck. You know, that type of shit, you know, or just, like, things along that nature. You know, that would be more like personal responsibility type of shit, and at least when it comes to the encouragement of that type of stuff, you know, when it comes to personal responsibility, I think it's fine. Because, yeah, you definitely should, you know, make sure that you're a person responsible for shit you're doing. I mean, you know, make sure that if you're drinking, you're not going over the top, and if you are, you're being smart about it. And, you know, or if, like, you're going shooting with friends or some shit, that you're not just being some dumb shit yokel chuckle fuck, you know, not having trigger discipline or whatever, you know, shit like that. And, you know, flagging your friends and, you know, waving the barrel around and all that. Or, like, when you're driving, you know, being responsible on the road and make sure you're being aware of your surroundings versus just kind of fucking off on your phone or something while you're driving. Which at this point most states have laws against that anyway. So if you get caught, you get fucked anyway, at least with a fine. You know, so it's just like, you know, there's elements of responsibility that, you know, should definitely be advocated, you know, for and, you know, and encouraged about, but like this, oh, you got, like, you got lead in your water, huh? Well, that's some personal responsibility there, bucko. Your job sucks, personal responsibility. It's like, no. It's like there's kind of a level where it kind of cuts off, and it's like there's more to it than just, you know, personal responsibility at play there. Especially when it comes to things like, you know, work or, you know, like your healthcare or things of that nature. Like, there's more to it than just that. I mean, like, there's, like, societal and systemic elements and, you know, even cultural elements, too. Because, like, I mean, that's, you know, part of this whole weird shit. Like, the whole, like, envy mentality of, like, not in my backyard. It's like, oh, you know, it's like, you should all be handling it as your own responsibility, because I don't want your problems in my backyard. You know, the type of shit. Or like, hey, there's solutions to problems. Well, I don't want the solutions to those problems in my backyard, you know. Just, ugh. Like, the enmity mentality is just so fucking poisonous. I hate it. Ugh. Because it just enables and exacerbates more of this shit. The pandemic ain't helping. Because honestly, I feel myself kind of getting caps into it a little bit. If there's, like, you know, some random shit going on, it's just like, well, alright, I mean, just out of this risk of not necessarily wanting to get sick, I don't always, you know, just, like, go up to people about, you know, different things if there's, you know, something going on or whatever. I just keep going. Like, even earlier today, there was, like, some lady walking across the street, you know, but ranting about something to herself, and I only caught her saying, like, the only thing I was able to hear and actually catch her, you know, something audibly was like, it's like, can't violate my human rights, and just kept murmuring off or whatever, and just kept walking, and I was like, huh? I mean, normally I'd probably be like, you know, like, probably maybe say something like, what are you murmuring about? You know, or something. Just like, I'm just kind of curious, what are you talking about? Huh? But, no. Not now at this point. And I don't even, like, if I had to imagine, she was probably, like, an anti-masker maybe, but she had one on. And it was just me and her, you know, on this, you know, walking on that street at the time. Besides cars passing by, so it's like, I don't know. Like, you know, it's like, I think the pandemic has definitely, you know, gotten to people's, you know, heads a little bit to a certain degree. And that's why, you know, there's also the whole level of, like, we gotta get the economy going again and get things back to normal, blah, 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 because, you know, of this type of shit. I mean, because now it's just like, hey, you know, just worry about yourself, pull yourself by the bootstraps, economy's going back up, worry about yourself, you know, just, you know, if you get it, you get it, whatever, move on, you'll get over it. It's just like, that's just basically been the mentality, not just in the U.S. really, but just kind of globally, it seems like. Because a lot of other countries are basically opening up despite, you know, Omicron and the pandemic right now, and just saying, fuck it. Personal responsibility, figure it out, guys.
COVID at the moment. So this is just simply a category error, man. I mean, the fact that Jordan Peterson doesn't understand that this is not the job of a politician.
He doesn't understand anything.
And by the way, also, nobody likes politicians. Have you seen the numbers? Have you seen how, you know, Congress always has an approval rating between like 7% and 25%? Nobody likes these people. Nobody likes Ted Cruz. I'm sure his numbers are underwater. So, in
probably like negative 8%.
weird way, even if Ted Cruz took the advice, it would almost like besmirch the message itself. Because this unlikable, uncharismatic guy making an argument for a concept that's generally an okay and decent concept, it would like undermine that concept in a way. But again, the most important point is, for the love of God, that's not your job, Ted Cruz. And anytime you are lecturing about personal responsibility, that's a moment wasted when you could be talking about legislation that would actually help the people. But he's not in favor of legislation that helps the people. At all. Not even close, not even a little bit. So, I mean, think about it, guys. Let's say every politician in America took Jordan Peterson's advice.
Oh, God.
People about personal responsibility.
Our country would literally, like, collapse within, like, 3 seconds. Oh, God.
That big. You got these scumbags ruining the country, and at the same time, they're finger wagging at you and telling you to get your shit together. How about you get your shit together? How about that? How about that?
Yeah, why don't they clean their fucking rooms, you know? It's like, that's like the hypocrisy of these stupid shits. It's like, especially people like Jordan Peterson, they're all about, like, the personal responsibility to clean your room and shit. But then you look at them, and they're, like, the most fucking, it's, like, messy of all. It's just like, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's just like, and honestly, like, I got a messy fucking room myself, personally. I'm just gonna be blunt about that. I don't, you know, whatever. But, like, I mean, you know, I'm not gonna, you know, like, sit around and be like, hey, you know, like, I ought to, you know, like, you know, brag about other people about cleaning their room and just not literally do fuck all about that. Like, you know, it's just like, that's your prerogative. I mean, when it comes to personal responsibility, that is, you know, that's kind of like a meritable part of it, but it's just like that's your personal, again, responsibility. That's your prerogative. Like, I mean, and also, at least, you know, at least just for my personal case, it's just like, it's mostly just a bunch of fucking boxes I haven't really bothered to, like, reorganize and fucking, you know, kind of condense down and shit. I should get an actual liquor cabinet when I finally move. Hey, that'd be pretty dope. Yeah. If I'm not working the rest of this week aside from Saturday, I might take at least one of these days to actually reorganize the room now I'm thinking about it, all in all. And then, you know, see if I can maybe expand my library to be like kind of like an actual like library shelf. One that has like a door, so I can kind of like open it up and, you know, just take it out so it's all nice and preserved and safe. Well, now he's not being a troublemaker, now he's taking a nap. Like having that mini fridge. I got like a little baby fridge. Not even a mini fridge, like a little baby fridge. But I'm using it now at this point to store like my rare currency. Don't let the closet eat you alive. I mean, that's kind of the thing. The boxes are not just in the closet, but also kind of outside of it. I mean, I have it in a sense of where it's like amalgamated to where I can at least, you know, get, you know, some coats and shit out of the closet, but still have boxes in there. But I need to, you know, again, get them all kind of condensed and, you know, see what actually can be tossed or not, and, you know, what I can kind of condense and reorganize, and, you know, so like the least important shit can just be stuffed in the deep part of the closet, and the more important stuff can be more in front. I always remember closet being meme-worthy. Well, at this point, it's not really meme-worthy, it's just a bunch of boxes. I mean, as for, like, the clothes that are in there, like the jackets and stuff that are in there, like, it is kind of meme-worthy. It's just a random amalgamation of all sorts of different shit. Like, I have my East Germans, my 2 East German uniforms in there. You know, I got one of my chef's coats. I got a few things in there, honestly. So... But also on the other side of it is some of like some old like family clothes that are either my mom's or, you know, also a couple other things as well. And it's just like that's on the other end, you know, like at the deep end of it, or at least right now I can't really get to, which that's why they're over there. So that's kind of part about cleaning out, so I can at least have a better space to actually like, you know, use it in. Then I can expand the room out a little more and make it a little more roomy. And maybe at least shift the desk a little bit to have it so it's up against the wall a little bit. So there's actual like a big space instead of like this little walk through and a little hook into a little space. It'll make a little more sense that way at least. Because then the end of the desk will actually pretty much like meet next to where my bed is. So that'll actually work out pretty good.
Push the notion of personal responsibility. That would...
See, that's actual personal responsibility is what we're talking about. See, you don't have to be some weird hoity-toity bullshit about it. You know what I mean? You know, it's just like actually just talk about it and then just, you know, doing it, you know? Like, that's like what personal responsibility should actually be about, not this weird Jordan Peterson-ass bullshit. I mean, because, like, it's about, you know, because, honestly, that's, actually, like, one of the things that my mom told me about, is, like, whenever you're working on, like, projects, especially, like, when it comes to cleaning things, just take it, like, one little chunk at a time. So, like, when you're looking at, like, you know, like, a closet, for example, like, or, like, I guess in my case, it would be the room entirely, but at least, you know, specifically, look at one spot, and at least in my case, it would be the closet, and just start from there. And then you can expand that, you know, into another part of the room once you're done with that spot, and you have a little bit more of a space, you know, from there. So, you know, it's like, yeah, so it's like, let's say, you know, you're trying to clean up a whole house, so, you know, but it looks like a huge, big, like, oh, God, how am I going to start this? Just find the, you know, least catastrophe-ridden part of the house and start from there, and then just kind of work your way up. And it won't be as bad. Or start with the worst part of the house and then go from there, because, you know, by the time you're done, you'll just be like, oh, this room ain't bad. And you go to the least worst part of the house, and it's like, man, all that shit, and this room is just barely anything. Damn. I mean, so, it's like, it does, I think, help, at least, especially when it comes to kind of getting motivated in a sense of being more organized and figuring out how to start something, you know, when it comes to that shit. Because sometimes you'll, like, walk into something you need to deal with, and it's like, where do I even begin? And it's like, just start in one little corner of it, and just kind of go from there. Because eventually, by the time you're, like, halfway through, you'll literally be halfway through, and you'll be like, oh, shit. So, I mean, that's definitely one thing about mamas. Sukov, hey. So they usually have some pretty good tips. What's your deal? Hey. What? The fuck was that about? Okay. Did you have like a little nightmare dream or what? Okay. That was alright.
Reflection from the fact that these politicians aren't doing their own jobs well, and they're not representing the people. Look, if you want to get into personal responsibility stuff, then go do that. Go be a motivational speaker. Go have your own podcast where you argue for these sorts of narratives all the time. I have no problem with that whatsoever. But you can't be in a position where your job is to represent the community, and then you turn around and lecture people about their own individual failings. See, that's the thing, is it personalizes broader systemic problems, and that's not okay. When you pretend like, for example, like poverty is just a choice. You're just lazy, you just don't have any discipline. It's a personal moral failing on your part. That is fundamentally...
Honestly, just like the whole thing about me talking about my like closet and my little room and shit. It's just like, I mean, you know, like some of these Jordan Peterson will be like, well, you're just, you know, put that as a choice and you just, you know, are lazy and undisciplined. It's like, oh my god. It's like, yeah, look at my work schedule, and then, you know, on top of that, look at, you know, to like the time that I have when I'm not doing that, and amongst other different, it's like, It's like, it's not as just simple as being, quote, undisciplined or lazy. And honestly, it's like, I mean, that gets thrown out so much when, you know, a lot of ways people are just merely resting or just chilling. Where it's like, you know, like that's like some fucking bad thing. Like, you know, yeah, you have a day where you're just kind of hanging out and quote unquote being lazy and just for really all intents and purposes kind of resting. I mean, especially at least mentally, it's like that's why should that be seen as a bad thing? Like, it should be a good thing to have at least one day where you just are, yeah, straight up kind of doing fuck all, you know, aside from just kind of like what would be equivalent to just kind of like mindless, lazy, just kind of just doing whatever the fuck, like playing video games, just, you know, just doing whatever. Or it could even be something productive, like just going outside riding a bike all day or whatever the fuck, you know, just, you know, but, you know, like, but in a lot of ways, you know, it's always seems like, oh, you're just being lazy, not being disciplined, you know, but if you're being active, it's like, well, you're not being disciplined in other ways, you know, or, you know, and whatever the fuck. It's like, well, you're not lazy, but you're not being disciplined with your activities, or whatever the fuck, you know, stupid shit. You know, so it's like, if they can't get you with the laziness, it'll get you with the weird discipline bullshit, you know, with it. Where it's like, you're not using your time properly, you're blah, 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 blah. It's like, really? And then when you look at these motherfuckers, they're not using their time well either. You can, like, because I can look at these motherfuckers and be like, oh, I'm not using my time right? Well, let me just, like, it's how are you using your time, Go for your day-to-day process and shit. Because, oh, I bet I can critique you in, like, 1,000 different ways of how you can be using your fucking time. Like, it's like, Like, it's such a meaningless, like, gripe, honestly. It's like, you're not using your time right. It's like, who do you to fucking say, bitch? It's like, what? At least in this fucking context. I mean, if it's like you're... Like, if you were, like, you know, with a homeboy being like, hey... I think we're not using our time wisely around here. Maybe we should go somewhere else or some shit like that. Like, that's one thing, but like, or shit like that. But like, these lectures of like, you don't use your time correctly, and then you're just like, what? I mean, it's not necessarily just the Jordan Petersonites, but there'll just be random people in like conversation that will like throw it out there and just like throw this shit at you and be like, what? It's like, wait, it's like, you're saying all these points, which may or may not even necessarily be, you know, bad. Like, there might actually be some merit to some of this shit, but then it's just like, it's like, are you taking the advice too? You know what I mean? It's like, at least to a certain degree here. Because I'm looking at, people like Jordan Peterson, I'm like, do you take your fucking advice? Like, at all? Because, I mean, it's just like, he was in fucking Russia for a drug addiction. To, like, depression medication. And then has the weird fucking insanity to blame it on shit like broccoli and carbs and shit. It's like, what? It's like, the dude's, like, literally just at this point, like, kind of insane. I mean, maybe, like, 2014 Peterson might have been able to make, like, some sort of, like a hint of, like, some sort of amalgamated thought, but at this point, it's just, I don't even know. Like, those neurons aren't connected, like, correctly anymore. Like, those neurons are, like, just, I don't even know. Broccoli is causing me to be racist. Well, I mean, he like, on the whole Jordan Peterson, like, there's a Jordan Peterson clip that I remember seeing where he legit blames some of his fucking, like, depression and anxiety on fucking broccoli. More broadly, carbs and shit. And it's just like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, I personally am not a big fan of broccoli myself, just because I don't really like the taste of it. But, like, I mean, the stuff that's in broccoli, like, the nutrients and the shit that's in it, does not, like, it doesn't make you fucking anxious and shit. That's literally you. And also probably because you're literally eating nothing but fucking meat. Like, you need more in your diet there, you freak. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I love meat as much as the next guy when it comes to, eating meats and stuff. Like, I love meats. But, I mean, like, dude, you gotta add some shit to that. You gotta get some, like, potatoes. You gotta get some, like, some veggies in there. You gotta get some, like, some rice maybe even. Like, dice up some, like, if you get like, a nice fat chicken, nice big fat chicken breast, dice that up, cook it up, get some rice, mix that together, get some veggies in there. You need some shit for the meat. You can't just have just meat. I mean, it's like, it's the. I mean, most food that has meat in it doesn't have just meat. Even if you have, like, a steak. Like, if you have a steak, there's usually other stuff that goes with it. That isn't meat. I mean, like, you can't literally just eat only fucking meat. We're not carnivores. Like, I mean, Jesus Christ. Just as much as that's saying we're not herbivores either. Vegans. Like, it's like we're omnivores. Like, I mean, why do you think we hunt and gathered? We hunted and gathered. Because we gathered different veggies and meats, we hunted meats and shit like that from, different animals. And we gathered different things like nuts, berries, fruits, and, vegetables, etc. Like, I mean, and, even gathered meats as well with, like, fish and shit. And going to the local fucking river, and so it's just like, or to the pond, or whatever the hell. Or, like, gathering some crawfish at the, little stream bed or some shit. Like, I mean, what the fuck? Like, what do you think the humans are doing? Just literally being, like, carnivores, like we're fucking, like, a pack of wolves or some shit? It's like, what? It's like, Jesus. And we're supposed to take this motherfucker seriously. Like, because even this whole weird carnivore, like, avocation just literally slaps in the face of just basic, like even pre-human history, like, fucking evolution. Like, we're omnivores. Like, I mean, you can't get around that. Like, I mean, how you want to do your diet is up to you, I guess, at the end of the day. But just know, we're omnivores. Like, I mean, if you just, like, restrict yourself away from, like, certain things, like, if you're a vegan or a vegetarian, restrict yourself from certain proteins that are found in meats, then, you're not, I mean, then you're gonna have to at least get some form of supplements or something, which usually they do. And then, you know, if you got just people who are literally eating only meat, then they're missing a lot of different nutrients that are found in vegetables, fruits, and, you know, other different things that we consume. So it's like, it's just ridiculous. Comes out as a Scientologist. Oh my God. If he did, I mean, that hopefully should be the final straw for Logan if that actually happened. If he actually did that, that probably would be the final straw, I think, for him. Legit. I actually do think that. But, yeah, I mean... it totally would be Logan hates Scientology. Yeah, it really would. Like, if he somehow fucking, like, finds some way to, like, try to excuse that, I would honestly be shocked. His rant is second only to Metal Tees. Yeah, that's why I would actually be shocked if he somehow is like, well, I can understand why he's trying to, you know, come out and be like that, blah, blah, blah. Like, if he actually tried to, like, do some weird shit like that, I would be like, oh. I would honestly probably have an aneurysm. I actually probably would have an unironic aneurysm right then and there. I'd be confused and break and die, probably. Whoa, what the fuck? There's a community post, and it's an x-ray of a dog eating food. So this is what Zukov looks like when he eats food. Whoa. Dyslexia mitochondria. This channel's actually really awesome. Checked out some of this dude's videos before, and they're actually pretty good. But yeah, it's also really cool community posts. Look at that. Look at that little dog head. Look at that little canine. Look at that little puppo. Dude, it's so freaky. A little bit though, because of the, you know, where, you know, the skull doing its thing and shit. I don't know why it doesn't want to show the full thing though, but... oh, there we go. Oh, you can see his intestines and everything. Oh my God. Ah, there it goes. Oh my God. Oh, right in there. Right in the stomach. So, oh my goodness, that is freaky. I mean, cool, but freaky. Freaky cool. I'm assuming right there is its liver. That kind of big gray thing, kind of, yeah, like kind of right below. And you can see its lungs above that. Maybe that's a diaphragm. All the intestinal lining. Oh my goodness, this is a kind of a creepy thing, not gonna lie. I'm looking at Zukov and looking at this dog x-ray video, and I'm like, whoa. Because honestly, like, whenever I, you know, sometimes I kind of hold on to Zukov's muscle, I can kind of feel, like, you know, the bridge of the jawbone, or at least the top of it, for the skull. And it's just like, whoa. A little weird. And this in itself is pretty weird, but cool. No wonder it feels like he has such a squishy neck, though, because, like, the spine just kind of goes, and then it goes up. Dude, what is with, like, biology and spines? Why are spines so shitty? Like, even for a canine, that looks, like, horrible. Zukov, why are canine backs fucked up? Why are you and your kind's backs fucked? Like, why are all species backs fucked up? Like, I think this guy might have posted... oh, Jesus. I think this guy also might have... yeah, right here. Yeah, look at this. Elephants have, like, these little spikes that come off of their spines. It makes you realize, like, damn, we've ridden... like, humans since, like, Hannibal and prior to that have ridden these motherfuckers. And they got, like, these spines that, like, press down on their fucking... well, their spines. Like... They have like these protrusions, dude. It's like, bruh, what are we doing? They aren't meant to carry things. Yeah. Elephants suffer severe spinal injuries from carrying tourists for hours a day. Like, the fuck we doing? Like, I mean, damn. Like, what's with, like, biology and evolution, bro? What's with it in spite against spines? Like, evolution hates spines, dude. Like, what the fuck? That's, like... You got that going on. You got, like, you know, going up here. You got, like, the weird, like... Whoop. Human spines are fucked up. Like, there's something about just evolution and spines, dude. They don't mix. And yet, it's such a vital thing for all life. It's like, what the fuck? Why? Why? I'm not gonna lie, that video is... This little video right here is actually pretty cool. I'm sure this dog probably got hit with a million x-rays just for the sake of this. So, sad but true. Dog probably finna get cancer now. Just unfortunately, but you know, hey. Still looks fucking cool. Is it eating like peanut butter? It looks like it's just getting some glops of peanut butter. Like, peanut butter. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. Spoonful of peanut butter. Gonna globble all that up. Yeah. I need to treat Zukov to some peanut butter. I haven't treated him to any of that yet. I've treated him to all sorts of good treats, but not peanut butter. I didn't realize that post has 666 likes. That's awesome. But yeah, the Sucks of Mitochondria has actually got a pretty cool channel. Where does the plastic in the ocean come from? Why, he also has another video why nuclear power is so popular in the US. He has another one called Solar Power Got Cheap. It's actually what got me into him. So why aren't we using it more of it? Then he has another one, How Do American Billionaires Avoid Paying Taxes. So he actually has like some pretty good content here. So the Sucks of Mitochondria is definitely a guy to check out. He only has 34.9 thousand subscribers, so you know, more of a smaller channel. He has another video from 4 months ago, Why Are Americans So Obsessed with the Pro-Life Movement? So, definitely more of a lefty type. But I also forgot how I found him. I think I was just recommended one of his community posts or some shit. I think it was a community post that was mentioning the video about the solar power stuff. And I was like, huh, this looks interesting. So I checked his channel out from there and saw some of his community posts. I'm like, this is actually a legit cool channel. So I definitely would recommend checking that guy out. Here, I'll even pull it up on screen for his little name here. Boop. Yeah, there you go. In fact, I'm gonna put a little notification bell on this guy, just to make sure, you know, just to keep up to date with this guy a little more. Check out stuff more often. But yeah, definitely would check this guy out a little bit. Got some cool stuff. Ooh, about 11 minutes away from the 420 mark. Hey, I'm also feeling some food too, so I'm gonna stall it till that 420 mark. I mean, yeah, it's only proper. Psychotic mayor bans LGBT. Oh, I think I saw an article about this. Lay it on me,
If there
Kyle.
was any justice in the world, it would be a huge story. And a bunch of different media outlets would be pumping this out and there'd be sustained outrage over it. But unfortunately, we don't live in a reasonable world, and the left propaganda machine isn't nearly as effective and efficient as the right-wing one, so you're only...
As if there was one in the first place. Sorry, Kyle. Like, I wish there was, like, a quote-unquote left-wing propaganda arm in the U.S., but there just isn't. It's kind of laughable. I wish there was. Don't tease me of a good time there, baby boy. Don't tease me of a good time there, Kyle boy. That's too good for me, bro. Good old GOP suppressed free speech, yeah. Banning books from a... I mean, it's like, not only are they like just banning like library books, you know, they're banning ones that are just like LGBT related. It's like, really? We don't want that weird queer nonsense, you know, being, you know, psychologically integrated into our society. Like, it's also literally a fucking public school. Like, I mean, it's for the fucking community. Like, there's gonna be literal, like, oh my god. Like, I hope this mayor straight up just gets, like, immediately, like, I hope his election is coming up in this year. I hope his election is this year and he just gets immediately, like, fucking ousted. Just, like, immediately ousted, like, not even a year after he does this, dude. That'd be amazing. What's the name of this fuck, anyway? I forgot his name. I remember reading it, like, a few days ago or something and seeing his name, and it was like, ugh.
Here, let me go ahead and throw this up on the screen for you. Judd Legum says, more, a Mississippi mayor is withholding $110,000 of funding from the Madison County library system until its library purges books with LGBTQ themes. The mayor calls the books, including an essay collection by Elton John and others, quote, homosexual materials.
Homosexual materials.
There, the Queer Bible is one of the ones that he's demanding be pulled. So let me give you...
Oh, is it because it's offensive to his, you know, to his God? Because it's, you know, referring as a Bible, the Queer Bible? I wonder if that's it.
Or on this,
outside of just it being all just, you know, gay as fuck.
Gene McGee, quote, he explained...
G. McGee, dude, that's his name. He's literally got the most, like, stupidest fucking name, and honestly, I hope he gets, like, heavily bullied for it. I'm just gonna be honest for it. It's like, good, you fucking worthless little shitbag. I hope, like, every group of, like, flamboyant gay boys just finds him and just, like, mocks him endlessly for his name.
Called homosexual materials in the library, that it went against his Christian beliefs, and that he would not release the money as long as the materials were there.
Like, you're not a goddamn like, government ain't meant to be a theocracy, McGee. Like, G McGee, Stevie McGee's ex, Dickie McGee's big bitch. like, I mean, come on. Like, I hope it gets out. I mean, it is Mississippi, too, to be fair, so, I mean... But, I mean, if there's already, like, you know, some straight-up, like, LGBT shit there, so I'm assuming that, you know, the town he's representing is at least somewhat okay with the LGBT, so there might, like, there is a legit possibility the dude could just be ousted. Because, like, look, you know, because there could be some conservatives that are like, look, I don't like, you know, those weird queeros myself, but look, they can have their books if they want, I don't give a fuck. I don't go over those sections, and I just go check out my hunting books. Whatever the fuck, you know? Like, I mean, they don't, like, there's gonna be some, there will legit just be some conservatives that are just like, don't give a shit. And they're gonna look at this and be like, you know, who gives a fuck? You're being dumb. Like, stop it. You're just being an idiot. You know, they can just have their own corner, you know, little queer section, and then I can go into my, you know, hunting, you know, duck pheasant section, or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, shit, dude. Like, I honestly really believe that. There will, like, be some conservatives that'll look at this and be like, you're just being dumb, bruh. For all due respect, you're being an idiot. Like, this is irrelevant. Like, I'm just... Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little too charitable, but, like, I really do feel that way. So, like, there's at least a few of them out there that, you know, are moderate enough that are, like, looking at this guy like he's just a dipshit. because there are legit gay Republicans, or at least somewhat LGBT, friendly Republicans and shit. Maybe not necessarily full on like friendly with trans people and shit, unless they're like the Blair Wright types. But I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, because of that virtue, I'm willing to be at least mildly charitable that, there's some conservatives and Republicans in that, town that will just also agree with the rest of them, be like, nah, you're an idiot, fuck you, you're out. So, I don't know. Again, maybe I'm too charitable. It is Mississippi after all. But, I mean, let's just remind ourselves of this timeline and just also know that anything's possible because of such. So, I mean, who fucking knows? It's possible.
Who is head of the library said, quote, he told me that the library can serve whoever we wanted, but that he only serves the great Lord above. At a meeting...
You're supposed to serve the people, you idiot. Go to a fucking church, like, go be, like, the president of your local church club or some shit if you want to be, like, doing this shit, you fucking weird, like, theocratic LARPing bitch.
Counsel for the library board if the mayor had any legal authority to override the contract with the library system and the decision of the alderman. So, in other words, they had already approved this money to go towards the library, so they asked, an attorney for the library, and the attorney, quote, said flatly, no. So he has no legal ability to do this. So what happened is, after this was picked up by local papers, and there was pushback, then this guy, look at how Weasley this is, he says, we're holding the money right now because we found a large number of citizens who have complained about displays of sexual, whatever you want to call it, content. We're just...
Bullshit.
Responding to those citizens' complaints, and that's the position we're in. So,
yeah, like you and your like random chucklefuck yokel of churchgoers and shit at your local weird ass old church. I guarantee you that's what it is. Like, I bet a couple of like his fucking churchgoers and shit at his local church in town went to the library and saw some of it. It's like, oh god, there's some weird queer old shit here, and fucking like, and it was the talk of the church one Sunday morning, and, he was like, oh, well, as mayor, I have an ability to act, so I will, I guarantee you that's what the fuck it was. I bet it was, honestly, hands down. I bet that's what it was. Like, some random dumb fuck yokel, from his church, complained about it and became the talk of the church that day. Like, I guarantee you that's what the fuck it was. It wasn't like, like a legit, hundreds of complaints or dozens of complaints. It was just like, one or two people from one church of like the four that are probably in town. Like, guarantee it.
If you do a poll or something.
Well, it's Mississippi, so there's probably 12 churches in town.
That the majority would say get rid of these. But beyond that, that wouldn't matter even if it was true. Why? Because this is the whole point of a constitutional right. A constitutional right. So you have a right to look at those materials if you want to look at those materials. By the way, you don't want to look at it, don't look at it. Don't go to the Bible and don't go to the Bible. Don't go to the...
Don't go to the Bible.
Library, get the queer Bible. But this is the equivalent of what?
I mean, honestly, that's why, there's... When you go to a library, that's why, shocker, there's different sections for different topics. Those are good words to live by. I mean, it is true. But, yeah. Like, I mean, even to, like, bookstores. But, like, every library, every bookstore have, like, sections for, like, they got, like, the science section. And then in there, they got little mini subsections where there's, like, biology, astronomy, etc. And then you got, like, the sociology/philosophy. And then there'll be, like the politics, there, then there might be some religious stuff there as well, etc. And then you'll get, like, maybe in another section of, the sociology stuff, you'll have, like, the, quote, queer section of things, But maybe, some books and stores and libraries will just straight up have a full-on queer section where it's all that type of, anything, well, queer-related, LGBTQ-related. Where it's just like, you got the philosophy stuff, a little non-fiction, fiction stories, etc., etc. I mean, like, the Barnes and Noble that it's at the mall and shit like has one of those, like where they have like a like LGBT section, and it's all that type of stuff, like nonfiction, fiction, philosophy, etc., history, books, that type of shit. It's like, I mean, it's if you don't like that shit, then go. It's like, then don't go near it, you fucking baby. It's like, God. Like, I mean, every time I go to, like, the philosophy / like, politics section at, like, the Barnes & Noble that, I might, get a book or two at, occasionally shit, like, I always have to go buy the fucking religious books and all that shit, and do I get offended when I have to see, like, some weird-ass, like, like some, like, weird, like, religious, like, self-help shit, or, like, some Bible, or even the Quran or whatever, like, do I get offended? No. If anything, I'm kind of half, tempted to buy a Quran just for the sake of having it, just so I can, like, be like, oh, let's see some fucked up shit in the Quran, and see what's, going on in that, just as much as, like, I do with the Bible here. So it's just like, I mean, that, at least for that, virtue, but it's, I want to go out of my way just to have it for just having it. But it's, I mean, it's like, good lord. I mean, it's like, can't we, it's like, what, you sad little conservatives can't be adults because, like, the queer little, like, fucking, like, femboys might get together and buy, like, the queer Bible, at your little town, and, that might offend you because you might see a boy in a skirt or some shit. It's like, give me a break. So stupid. Or even the other way around, where you see, like, a butch lesbian who's, like, masculine as fuck wearing, like, overalls or something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, shit. Or, God forbid, a trans person. Like, the literally only trans person in town, probably. It's like, come on. So fucking stupid. And outrage over, like, the most stupidest, saddest thing. It's like, they're books. Like, if you don't like them, don't... It's like, it's like, whatever. It's beating dead horse at this point. Shoot, shit, Dr. B. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, shit, I missed the 420 mark. God damn it. I was going off on my rant a little too much. Shit.
This is modern day book burning. This is
it's whatever.
Conservatives with a conservative sensibility saying we would like to ban things that we don't personally like. Now, again, I go back to what I said before. Whenever there's an instance of some authoritarian left college kids with pink hair shouting down a conservative speaker or trying to get a conservative speaker banned from some talk at a college.
Like, honestly, I'm so for the whole, like, avocation of, like, expression of speech, at least when it comes to this whole book shit, that I honestly, like, when I go to the bookstore, whether it's Barnes & Noble or otherwise, I'm like, yo, I want more fucking books. I want more shit. I want more authors in here, because I'll actually, like, go into, like, a bookstore, actually, thinking about, like, a specific author, to see if I can find a book of theirs. And I'll ask, and it'll be like, oh, yeah, I've heard of them, or oh, yeah, I'm familiar, and blah, 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 but it's like, we don't carry that, though. It's like, what? It's like, what? It's like, damn it, son of a bitch. Because sometimes, like, there's certain books that I've actually tried to find online, but I can't, but every now and then I have been able to find, like, at a bookstore and shit, so it's just like, I've actually wanted to find, I forgot the name of it right off the top of my head, but there's actually a book that Leon Trotsky actually wrote. I think before his death, after his exile. And I actually want to see if I can find that and read that a little bit. Because I thought, because I always thought it'd be interesting, to have a little read of. But I can't find it anywhere. Like, I mean, at least last time I've checked. Which has been quite a while, to be fair. So maybe, maybe I can possibly find it at this point. Who knows?
And Fox News talks about it, and Newsmax does, and One American News Network does, and Ben Shapiro does, and Steven Crowder does, and everybody under the sun is all systems go. The left hates free speech. They hate free speech. They hate the First Amendment.
But God forbid those M&Ms if they ever change.
A conservative mayor literally banning books from the library that he doesn't like. Crickets. Crickets. There is no centralized, efficient, left-wing reaction where we all accurately point out, I think you guys are hostile to free speech and hostile to the First Amendment.
I mean, honestly, I feel like it's shifting because I feel like, honestly, that Eminem thing, I think, broke people. There was really, honestly, because I kind of have a little bit of a theory about it a little bit anyway. Well, I guess two. And I think either way it works. Like, I feel like, Mars essentially understands and knows that these conservatives freak out over fucking, woke anything, basically. And basically either exploited that and basically, took, the slight changes that they were probably going to do anyway, to the M&Ms and probably just not make a big deal over it. But in order to, try to maximize profit and all that shit, anyway, because, they want to make a big deal, out of, new crazy things our corporation's doing. It's like, they're gonna try to see how they maximize on the fucking, ratings and on the fucking, eyeballs on that shit. And what better way than to fucking get conservatives to get triggered over it, honestly. I mean, it's like... because they just changed it ever so slightly, and then you got people like Tucker Carlson literally freaking the fuck out because instead of, like, sexy high heels, I guess, apparently, the Green M&M's now has, like, thick, like, block heel shoes or something. Or sneakers or something like that. I don't even know. I literally don't even know. Like, instead of doing just some generic ad campaign, they were just like, let's make it woke, or at least by just labeling it as such. Just another example of the commodification of, the whole woke justice, element of things, when it comes to, like, progressivism and shit. Like, M&M's is, like, the perfect example of that. And then, these conservatives got all, triggered and freaked out and outraged, exacerbating culture war shit. But that type of shit, I think, kind of has broken some people because it's like... I mean, they're so outraged and freak out over this type of shit, and yet they always cry about how they're the free speech bastions and shit, and yet they want to try to, like, censor and, stop, certain ideas and thought or certain things, like the LGBT, ideas of thought and, culture and shit. Or, like, M&M's ever so slightly changing or just, like, exploiting their fucking mentality of shit, when it comes to, woke culture or whatever the fuck. But... at the same time, they had to have the second theory, though, where it's like, maybe like Mars Corporation, at least, when it came to some of these more like, lobbyists and investors and donors and shit to a lot of these fucking, speakers and shit like Tucker Carlson. Like, they basically look to at least, some of the big guys on top, for the ones like Carlson and shit. We're like, hey, we're gonna do this fucking, whole thing, and you're gonna let Tucker Carlson do like a little fucking skip for the weekend for let people to kind of like bake their noodle on, and we're gonna make a bunch of profit and we'll let you have a little bit of the cut. And then the chain reaction of the culture war shit from Tucker Carlson saying that you got all the other conservatives over the weekend to freak out, so just like basically starting the psyop and just letting it reverberate from there. It's like, in either way, it works because it all just leads to the same fucking result. So it's just like, either way, it works. And either way, they all make their fucking money. But at the same time, it's just like, it's stupid. It's just stupid, meaningless, like, outrage shit where at the end of the day, like, the root is that these fucks make more money. They make more money off of it. Whether it's because they know they can take advantage of this type of culture war bullshit and nonsense, or whether it's because they, kind of colluded to exacerbate it. One or the other. And if either way, I think honestly it's probably both. Like, you don't think, some elements of, like, the quote-unquote progressives, lefts, or Dems, are colluding with, the GOP on certain shit like this? I mean, of course they are. I mean, they all are about that bipartisan outreach and shit. Because then it just, because then you get on a smaller scale level, and then you get people that actually do want to try to fucking suppress this shit. And it's like, And then they try to do it and enact it, and it's like, so far for that free speech, am I right? But it's like, well, you know, free speech under the rule of God. It's like, you know, so whatever God says about that. And he says that that speech ain't allowed. So you're not free for that. You're free, you know, for what, you know, God decrees it, because he's king, apparently. It's like your Sky Daddy is the king of fucking your schizophrenic nightmares. That's what it is.
Keep it real. There are many
keep it real.
where the right screams that the left hates free speech, where they are sort of misstating it from a legal perspective. Like when, you know, when we talk about a private company trying to moderate their content or deplatform somebody. Now, look, I'm against that, but it also is just legally the case that that has nothing to do with the First Amendment. Now, I wish it did. I would like to expand the First Amendment and treat all the social media companies as public utilities. But as of right now,
I agree with that.
Legally, it has nothing to do with the First Amendment. This is an instance of right-wing censorship that is literally anti-First Amendment. This does involve the law. This does involve the Constitution.
Honestly, like, it probably won't even take this fucking vote out, considering that there actually is, like, legit, like, First Amendment unconstitutional precedent being, you know, violated here. Like, you know, like, I mean, like, I mean, maybe this guy could probably get ousted way sooner than that, and probably even face, like, criminal charges, honestly. And I really hope he fucking does. Oh my god, it would be so nice. Actual accountability and justice in this country. Oh man, it's diamond and rough. I won't say it's never happened, but I mean, that's a rarity, and I cherish every single one of them. And if it were to happen with this fuck, oh my god, I cherish that. Oh yes, oh god, nice. Oh, succulent. Oh, beautiful. A succulent gourmet dish. Very just beautifully plated, elegantly flavored. Oh, just quite beautiful. Oh yeah, succulent. Oh, delicious.
You know, a local paper, Mississippi thing, to read it. So credit to Judd Legum for bringing this to my attention. But guys, I've always told you, I hate it when people follow the right down the rabbit hole and they play the same game the right does, where it's like, whatever these guys are for, I'm against. And so if the right makes an argument like, oh, the left is against free speech, then the left, you know, the left is like, well, yeah, and we're right to feel this way. No, that was never the response. The response was always to highlight that we actually are principled in support of free speech. Unlike you guys. You guys only talk about how you believe in free speech when it's some right-winger who's experiencing consequences.
Yeah,
but
straight up.
When it's some left...
I mean, like I was saying from earlier about the whole, like, book thing, from, like, sometimes when I'm going to bookstores, you know, and shit, or even, like, a, you know, library, it's like, yo, I'm looking for a specific thing. It's like, we don't have that. It's like, you're here for a bunch of books, and you don't got, you know, like, just like, one particular one. It's like, god damn it. It's not like I'm trying to ask for, like, some rare-ass, like, you know, St. Augustus fucking, like, you know, scripts or some shit, you know, like, transcribed into, like, a modern text or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's like, come on. You know what I mean? It's just like, I mean, like, there's definitely, like, you know, some expansions I'd want on this shit. I mean, not only just that, but, like, I mean, even when it comes to the whole idea of what, you know, the whole, you know, public soapbox is, you know, with, like, shit like this. You know, and amongst other different things. Like, I mean, you can legit be, like, an advocate for, like, you know, more freedoms and expressions and this type of shit. You know, as leftists naturally, you know, show examples, you know, of this type of thing. And also, you know, say where. So, yeah, because, like, when you have, like, these lefty platforms, blah, blah, like Twitter or whatever, fuck, it's like, it's just literally just meaningless shit. It's like, I mean, well, not meaningless, but it's like, I mean, in the sense of when it comes to, like, law, I mean, technically, yeah, they got the right to do it. They shouldn't. And when it comes to the whole idea of what the public soapbox should be, I'm an advocate of expanding that into those platforms like YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, etc. Or at least be regulated as such. And, like, when it comes to, you know, those entities, at the very least, their funding being, you know, public. Like, you know, let those, you know, like, because they should be seen as it, like, those utilities, be publicly funded, but, you know, be just like, you know, privately ran, you know, still, but, you know, be accordance under the public law when it comes to things like the First Amendment and freedom of speech and shit. I mean, like, actually have more of a cohesive, like, structural standard of this shit, and cut the fucking middleman with this weird, like, vague-ass bullshit TOS shit that they always, like, are, like, you know, update, like, every month.
Or if anything, you support it. We need to actually be the principled ones. Because that's more appealing. When you have principles, when you have convictions, and you apply them regardless, that's much more appealing, and it's also, I think, the correct policy.
Yeah.
It's like Donald Trump screams about, you know, free speech on social media, and they're censoring, and they're banning, and they're deplatforming, and I'm against that, so I'm creating my own social media platform, Truth Social, and then what happens? What happens with Truth Social? What happens? They're already banning stuff and censoring stuff. They're planning for it with the launch. They have these AI bot content moderators that'll take down anything that's sexually explicit or anything that's trolling or anything that's, like, you know, from the left.
Yeah, like, same with Gab, same with, like, all these different, like, right-leaning social media platforms. Like, because they always crow about free speech, or even, like, free speech absolutism, you know, to a certain degree, and then we'll just straight up, like, you know, like, oh, free speech absolutism, free speech, nah, not for you, you little commie. It's just like, you deserve the wall. It's like, huh? I mean, it's like, what happened to that free speech there, bud?
Get under the skin of Truth Social. So they immediately flip on the principle. The My Pillow guy, oh, I'm going to start my own free speech thing, but there's no cursing, no taking the Lord's name in vain, no sexual material, no besmirching the Bible.
Well,
it's like,
well, god fucking damn it. I ought to go burn a Bible and fuck a prostitute right now. Oh, well, I think it would have been banned like 5,000 times over by Mike Lindell's platform, just right there. It's just right there.
You just want to be the censors. Well, look, I'm here to tell you, I don't just want to be the censor. I just don't want the censorship. If they were going, and guess what, guys? If they were going to, if some lefties wanted to go to the public library and take all the books that are out of there from the right-wing commentators, you know, Mark Levin, Michael Savage, Ben Shapiro, whatever, I would be against it. I'd be against it, and I'd still be talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I would too. Like I said, like, I'd want expansion of these weird books. Like, honestly, like, because sometimes I will go to, like, these bookstores just to see what weird, quirky-ass fucking, like, shit is on the bookshelves. Straight up. Like, I'll see some weird-ass, like, straight up, like, some right-wing fucking conspiracy quirky shit on the bookshelves, and I'm just like, oh my god. And I'll sit there and read through some of it, just because, you know, why not, you know? Like, I mean, like, I want that. So, like, I mean, that's kind of a, like, at least when I go to some of these, you know, bookstores, shit like that, like, I'll straight up do that. Like, you know, just out of my own amusement. It's part of my experience to go in these places, is checking out some of the weird, quirky, fucking conspiracy, right-wing shit that is, like, peddled there sometimes. I mean, also, I might find some interesting books I might, like, take a mental note, and if I have, like, some splash-out money, I might, you know, might get next time. But, you know, it's just like, I mean, there's like a book about the evolution of dogs, you know, from like wolf to dogs, and like the correlation of humans and shit like that I got that last time I was at the bookstore I took mental note of, because like, huh, this seems like an interesting book. And then like about a month later, next time I was there, I still saw it there, and I'm like, oh, well, still there, I'm gonna get it. Yoink. Yeah, and I bought it, so, you know, and it's honestly a pretty interesting read. I mean, you know, checked out some of the different little chapters and little segments of it. It's definitely pretty cool shit. So, it's a fun little book. Especially when it comes to learning about the evolution of a little fluff bull like you, baby. Who's being a little deviant tonight. You're being chill now, but you've been nuts. Sweet baby. You're so soft. You're so soft now. Oh my goodness.
Today saying this is the wrong policy. It's not right. But again, there's no efficient left-wing machine that can highlight this and pump it out and point out, look, man, the right is so censorious, they're literally banning books with stuff they don't like, and in this case, it's LGBTQ-themed books. Look,
and also, I think they've been trying to, like, ban CRT in schools and shit like that as well, but, like, that's also been basically doing the umbrella of not trying to, of trying to prohibit teaching of, people like Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement, and, like a very American, mysticistic, like pro-Confederate, like centric thinking about, the Civil War and shit like that. I mean, it's like, it's just basically, not just, overt, inherent just in sort of shit, but just also like a very strong mysticistic, like American / like kind of like neo-Confederist, like esque like mysticism and like, just myth, just built up, around the idea of how like America really was. Racist history and popular movements. Yep, yeah. Like, honestly, it like, if from seems of it, whenever conservatives, freak out about that shit, it usually seems like what it is, or they literally don't know what it is. They either can't explain it, or it ends up just being kind of like a generalized catch-all for like, yeah, people like, teach about Frederick Douglass, MLK, boo. It's like, wait, what? It's like a grief. I mean, even then, CRT isn't even being taught in things like in elementary, middle, or high school. Like, that's in, like, colleges and universities. Like, it's like, even if it is in high school, it's probably like an AP course, that you can take, as like, maybe one of those classes that, can be, an early, like, college credit class or some shit. Like, some high schools, have done that, like, if you take an advanced enough course, it could, be considered like, a college course type of shit or whatever the fuck. I don't even know. It's just like... I honestly don't even know if it's the same, but I feel like I remember that being a thing. They don't care, they want their propaganda alone. Well, of course. Again, it's kind of like what, the Nazi German mysticism was about. I mean, it's the same shit with, this. It's American mysticism. A lot of very ultra-nationalistic, hyper-religious, very, law and order, hyper-traditionalistic, WASP-style mentality of, thinking. It's pretty much what it is. Sweet little baby. And one of these days, I gotta treat you some peanut butters. Oh, you sweet little thing. Oh. Yeah, you love that belly rub? Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, you love this belly rub. Oh my goodness. Yes, you do. Yeah, you love those belly rubs. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at those belly rubs. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh. So much belly rubs. Oh. Look at that little foot. Oh my goodness. Look at that little foot go. Look at that little foot go. Oh my goodness. You're looking at me like, wait, you're done? Did I say you could be done? Oh, look at his little ears. Aww. He's straight up looking at me like, did I say I was done? That was a little pout. He's like, I wasn't done, bitch. That's straight up what that pout meant. I already know what that meant. He's like, I wasn't done with that. Jerk. Silly little mutt. You just a silly boy. Oh, look at his little eyes. Look at his pretty little eyes. Oh my goodness. No, see, you want me to go back to the belly rubs, do you? Oh my god, yep. Yeah. He immediately was like, yeah, go back to belly rubs, bitch. Yes, yes, yes. You love a little bit of rub. Oh my god. You fucking lazy bastard, you. You're looking at me like you're offended, like, how dare you stop? It's giving me this look. It's like, come on, get back here. Oh, now you're stretching around like a fucking noodle. Oh my god, you schlinky. You slinky. You little slinky. This whole face, I swear, is ridiculous. Got the dorkiest little face. Man, I hope your face stays as derpy as it is as an adult, as it is right now. I feel like it is, because his face has so far been pretty consistently derpy for his life right now. But he's still in puppy face. I have to be like another year to really see that. But when Vito and Zukov walk next to each other, it's honestly kind of shocking how Zukov is actually almost the size of Vito now. Straight up. He's still kind of a puppy, so he's a little bit more thinner and that way, but he's more longer, straight up. Just by a little bit. But a little smaller because of that, though. But he's gonna be probably bigger than Vito. Like, I mean, like when I first got him and I was kind of predicting that, I think that's true. He's gonna be bigger than him. He's gonna be the biggest of the three. Like, oh shit, dude. It's gonna be a big boy. I mean, probably not like too much bigger. He's not gonna be like some huge beast. But, you know, he's gonna be pretty big out of the three. He'll definitely be the biggest one of the three, for sure. I mean, Jazzy already looks like just like a tiny little shrimp. Like, I feel bad, but she's so small. Like, Jazzy's like tiny. And she's just a tiny thing in comparison to her brothers. Like, even her little brother. Like, her little brother's huge. Like, when he was like just barely a month old, he was already like bigger than her. It's like, damn. He's just a baby. I can't believe he was about the size of Jazzy, though, at one point. Now he's like this big boy. No, he's just a sweet little big boy. And it's starting to get a little bit more vocal, though. He's starting to do a little bit more little boofs. Boofs. They're not like full-on barks, but they're boofs. Boofs. And I also found out my neighbors over here now have a dog. So I let them out on my break, and their dog started barking. I went, oh shit, they have one now. So now Zukov is now surrounded by dogs. Old yappers in the backyard. There's a new one over there. And there's one... there's another one that's from the house on the other side on that way. So... now they're... damn rat dogs, yeah. He doesn't even know... like, I swear, he doesn't even acknowledge their existence, even when they're like... yapping at him. He doesn't acknowledge the existence, honestly. The other dog, though, the new one, he was all like... you know, like, ooh, who's this? You know? It's like, who's this on the block? I never smelt this yet. So, I'm guessing the neighbors over here must have just gotten the new dog. He probably thinks they're annoying squirrels. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks that, because he's never seen them. There's a big fat, like, wall, you know, kind of, you know, blocking the view, so... Oh, little boy. Full speed. Anyway. I think I get myself some good old food here, y'all. Get this last bowl smoked up. I'm kind of hoping I don't necessarily get called in tomorrow. I kind of do, but I kind of don't. I mean, I don't want to get called in on a Friday, but in a weird way, I prefer that. But anyway, I'll call it good for the rest of this little fine evening. So, peace out, and of course, I'll be around for the next one. So.